Sekali lagi dijemput para hadirin untuk mengambil tempat duduk masing-masing kerana program kita bakal bermula sebentar saja lagi. Hadirin sekalian, mengumumkan ketibaan yang berbahagia Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi Datuk Sulai, Ketua Pegawai Penyelaras Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya. Yang berbahagia Datuk-Datuk, Datin, Tuan-Tuan dan Puan-Puan dimohon untuk berdiri bagi menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Negaraku dan lagu Sabah Tanah Airku. Para hadirin dipersilakan duduk. Bersama-sama kita tumpukan perhatian ke layar skrin bagi menghayati lagu tema Sabah Maju Jaya dan lagu integriti perkhidmatan awam.
Sabah tanah airku tercinta, bersatu padu serta merdeka. Negeriku yang aman harmoni, transformasi dikecapi dinikmati. Satu aspirasi, satu destinasi, visi dan misi milik kita semua. Sabah Maju Jaya dalam Malaysia, dikenali di seluruh dunia. Sabah Maju Jaya, gabungan rakyat, peneraju hidup aman bahagia. Generasi Z, mari bangkitlah kita bersama. integriti jadi pegangan bersama. Amanah dan saksama jadi amalan. Nilai etika membentuk kepimpinan. Lestari integriti, jadikan satu paksi, taat setia demi pertiwi, teguhkan jiwa kuku jati diri. Sabah Maju Jaya, bersatu sehati ke hadapan. Let's ember the culture of integrity. Sabah land below the wind. Sabah Maju Jaya, mi sempuru toko biso ginawo. Pasara bako kuasa di otono. Sabah land below the wind. Lestari integriti, jadikan satu paksi, taat setia demi pertiwi, teguhkan jiwa kuku jati diri. Lestari integriti, jadikan satu paksi, taat setia demi pertiwi, teguhkan jiwa kuku jati diri, teguhkan jiwa kuku jati diri.
Sabah Maju jadi impian, bersama kita capai cita. Harap semua beri perhatian, mohon restu, mulakan bicara. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani dan salam Sabah Maju Jaya. Yang berbahagia Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi Datuk Sulai, Ketua Pegawai Penyelaras Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya. Yang berbahagia Datuk Haji Diana Abdullah, Timbalan Setiausaha Kerajaan Negeri Pentadbiran. Yang berbahagia Puan Josie Lai, Setiausaha Tetap Kementerian Pelancongan, Kebudayaan dan Alam Sekitar. Yang berbahagia Puan Maria Chong, Setiausaha Tetap Kementerian Pembangunan Masyarakat dan Kesejahteraan Rakyat. Yang berusaha Tuan Ramli bin Karya, Ketua Pegawai Operasi Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya. Yang berbahagia Datuk-Datuk, Datin, Tuan-Tuan dan Puan-Puan yang dihormati sekalian. Bagi menambah keberkatan majlis kita pada hari ini, marilah kita sama-sama menandatangan, mengaminkan bacaan doa yang akan dipimpin oleh Encik Muhammad Fikri Mahmuda. Majlis dengan segala hormatnya mempersilakan.
الفاتحة. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الرحمن الرحيم. آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد في الأولين والآخرين وفي الملأ الأعلى إلى يوم الدين. اللهم لك الحمد كله، لك الشكر كله، لك الملك كله، ولك الخلق كله، بيدك الخير وإليك يرجع الأمر كله. اللهم اجعلنا صابرين واجعلنا شاكرين واجعلنا في أعيننا صغارا.
inisiatif Hala Tuju Sabah Maju Jaya sepanjang tempoh 3 tahun dan meningkatkan momentum Pelan Pembangunan SMJ dengan meneroka idea-idea baharu. Libat urus berterusan antara kerajaan, masyarakat dan pemain industri ditekankan untuk memperluas ruang bagi cadangan dan idea bernas dengan harapan dapat meningkatkan kesejahteraan rakyat Sabah secara kolektif. Dan lebih menarik, kita juga bakal menyaksikan beberapa sesi forum interaktif untuk membincangkan persiapan yang perlu dilakukan oleh kerajaan dan rakyat Sabah agar dapat menghadapi masa depan yang canggih dengan mengekalkan kesejahteraan negeri. Baiklah hadirin sekalian, hari ini kita akan bersama-sama menyaksikan sorotan pencapaian dan perkembangan sepanjang 3 tahun pelaksanaan Hala Tuju Sabah Maju Jaya. Di samping itu, sama-sama kita saksikan promosi Sabah International Blue Economic Conference 2024 yang merupakan satu majlis anjuran kerajaan negeri meliputi semua kementerian di peringkat kerajaan negeri Sabah. Dipersilakan. Itulah dia sorotan pencapaian 3 tahun Hala Tuju Sabah Maju Jaya dan promosi Sabah International Blue Economic Conference 2024. Baiklah hadirin sekalian, adat berbahasa menyampaikan pesan, adat upacara menyampaikan ucapan. Tanpa melengahkan masa, majlis diteruskan dengan mempersilakan Yang Berbahagia Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi, Datuk Sulai, Ketua Pegawai Penyelara Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya untuk menyampaikan keynote remarks yang bertajuk Blast from the Past and Back to the Future.
Ya, terima kasih pengacara majelis. Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani dan salam Sabah Maju Jaya. Terutama sekali kepada semua ketua-ketua jabatan yang dapat mengaritkan diri pada hari ini. Dan juga kepada pegawai-pegawai bagi pihak dan yang muda dan yang tua semua. Dan hari ini saya diberi masa 1 jam, tapi saya akan cuba dalam 45 minit sahaja. Pertama, ucapan yang diberikan kepada saya atau keynote ini saya baru baca tadi pagi. Jadi saya tidak bersetuju. Jadi bila saya tidak bersetuju, saya minta Isyam tayangkan 2 film. Satu, Blast from the Past, dan yang kedua, Big to Future. Jadi tadi subuh Isyam bagi saya, dan hari ini kita kupas bersama. Tidak semestinya saya betul, dan tidak semestinya juga kamu betul. Sama-sama kita silap, tetapi kita ubah kesilapan kita sebagai satu inspirasi kita untuk menerukai apa yang ada di hadapan. Okey, yang first one, kalau saya bilang pause, kau berhenti ya? Boleh kah? Terus ya? Boleh ya? Okey, kita tengok Blast from the Past dan hayati pensejaraan negeri Sabah. Macam mana kita develop dari satu fasa ke satu fasa, dan macam mana pemikiran kita stuck di past, dan macam mana dia keluar, apa jadi. Orang Sabah bilang bila dia keluar from the past, dia jadi sampalau. Jadi itulah kita dalam konteks yang berlainan. Okey, Beton.
Crisis was heating up, and the threat of nuclear war drove the Weber family underground.
How long will we have to stay down here?
35 years.
35 years.
For 3 decades, they lived a fairly normal life. But their son has become a man.
What did you wish for, son?
Now the time has come
I wish that I could meet a girl.
for Adam to step out and discover the world.
What is it?
The sky! I have never in my life seen anything like it before! Oh, my lucky stars! A Negro!
Say what?
Bonsoir, mademoiselle.
Let me guess something. This is your first visit to La La Land.
Eve, this guy is unbelievable.
Oh, you dial 9 to get out.
Of what?
The hotel.
Where on earth are you from?
Maybe Eve can guess.
Give me your hand. Okay. You live in
Cuba
Alaska.
kau balik itu
Are we
dia
getting
duduk
hot?
di kursi itu. Okey.
In 1960,
Tidak apa. Kau ulang lagi balik. 1960s kita baru
in
merdeka.
1962,
Ada Cuban American nuclear crisis.
and the threat of nuclear war drove the Weber family underground.
How long will we
Okay,
have to
you
stay
stop.
down here?
35 years.
Baru kita keluar mau menikmati pemodenan. Sama. Dia baru keluar daripada masuk lubang. Okey, next. Terus jalan saja.
For 3 decades, they lived a fairly normal life. But their son has become a man.
What did you wish for, son?
Now the time has
I
come
wish that I could meet a girl.
for Adam to step out and discover the world.
What is it?
The sky! I have never in my life seen anything like it before! Oh, my lucky stars! A Negro!
Say what?
Bonsoir, mademoiselle.
Let me guess something. This is your first visit to La La Land.
Eve, this guy is unbelievable.
Oh, you dial 9 to get out.
Of what?
The hotel.
Where on earth are you from?
Maybe Eve can guess.
Give me your hand. Okay. You live in Alaska. Are we getting hot?
Yes?
From New Line Cinema
I've never driven before.
and the director of the First Wives Club,
Hi. Why don't champagne cocktail. I thought only hookers drank this.
Well, I know Mom sure likes them.
Comes a story about a guy in his 30s,
What have you been doing?
Been watching television in color.
stuck in the 60s,
I love sushi.
I love Lucy.
looking for love in the 90s.
You're a nice boy, but what Eve needs is a nice man.
I'm Heather.
I don't believe I've ever heard that name before.
Go on, Romeo.
Shall we dance?
He drives a great big car, smokes a big cigar. He looks like a king and he acts like a star. When we see him drive by, he goes toot toot. We all shout, "Hey, Mr. Zoo, Zoo."
You're in love with a guy.
What?
A man walks into your life who's the kindest.
Don't be such a
Oke, kasih berhentilah, ada X-rated itu sedikit. Janganlah. Oke, apa yang kita belajar dari sedutan ini? Perkataan yang dia gunakan, stuck in the 60s, looking for love in 90s. Samalah cerita dia dengan kita. We are still stuck in the 60s, like it or not. We are the subject matter yang become interest of us dalam kerja kita hari-hari, waktu kita merdeka. Apa yang kita semua hak kita waktu merdeka. We stuck on that. But we never think about 20s yang sekarang ini tahun. Pemikiran kita masih. Walaupun kita bilang, oh I'm with the modernization, I'm with the new thinking dan sebagainya. But like it or not, we are still stuck. Cara kita kerja. We are still 8 hingga 5 petang. Cara kita mengurus acara-acara. Look at our arrangement today. Ini amalan bila ini? In 1960s. Kalau ada acara mesti makan. Oke? Duduk mesti disusun. Ini partition ini dan sebagainya. Oke? Untuk formal dress, dia bilang kalau tiada necktie, tidak formal itu. We're still stuck. Our thinking is still stuck. What else? Looking at kita punya cara plan masa hadapan kita. Ya, ada Datuk Jasmine di sini, dia tahu, okay, minta maaf tuh, saya kena quote. Why we are still stuck with 5 tahun planning? After berapa puluh tahun kita kerja? Why? Kenapa? Ya? Kenapa ESP mesti dibuat pada ujung tahun? Bolehkah buat pertengahan tahun? So you can spend the money semua. Ini buat ESP bulan 9. You got only 1 month or 2 months to spend. By October, by closing account, ada Datuk Bendari di sini. So at the end of the day, we query ourselves. Kita query diri kita sendiri. Why? Ini kita kena tanya diri kita sendiri. Why we can come to planning? Ada kawan saya di sini of the our township. Mesti ada pedestrian walk, mesti ada itu dan ini. But did we think about the future? Apa keperluan anak-anak kita generasi akan datang? Bila kita buat tahun planning, mesti ada stesen minyak. Tapi kau tahu, that station minyak is going to be obsolete. Why? Kenapa masih kita mikir? Sekarang sudah kereta EV, electrical vehicle. Tetapi dalam planning kita masih ada stesen minyak diesel dan petrol, petrol. But we know very well by 2030 is going to obsolete. Tiada lagi sudah itu. See, macam mana kita stuck dalam pemikiran lama. Jadi ini antara isu yang kita lalui dalam Sabah Maju Jaya, macam mana kita keluar daripada kebiasaan buat sesuatu yang baharu. Kalau tidak pun dapat baharu, kita recreate, innovate dan sebagainya. We must move on. We keep complaining about we are not that as sama progress dia dengan Semenanjung dan sebagainya. But they are, mentality dia orang, pemikiran dia orang berubah. Kita tidak berubah. So, kita cari alasan kenapa kita mundur. Kenapa kita mundur? Minta maaf rakan-rakan semua, saya kena quote satu-satu kadang-kadang kalau tersentuh hati nanti kita bersalam juga waktu keluar. Saya ambil contoh pertanian. Kita mau tanam padi banyak-banyak. Tetapi pernahkah kita locate the architect of our agriculture dalam segi penanaman padi? Kita beli mesin yang the latest, yang besar, yang canggih. Boleh, ada pengarah di sini. Ada duit. Tetapi bila pergi kampung masih pitak-pitak, ada batasan. Itu mesin tidak pun boleh berpusing. Because the architect of our agriculture, tanah dia tidak berubah. Tidak berubah. We still believe that bila kasih lot pelot itu mensejahterakan, ialah dia sejahtera sekejap dapat tanah. Tetapi bila come to commercialization, dia tidak viable sudah. Ini antara benda-benda yang minta maaf mungkin saya salah quote, tetapi that is the reality yang kami nampak di Sabah Maju Jaya. Okey. Ini saya akan ulas mengenai dengan apabila kita buat Sabah Maju Jaya, pelan Sabah Maju Jaya, let me ambil contoh ada 3. Macam mana pemikiran kita terbelenggu dengan kejayaan. Bila kita berjaya, kita tidak mau buat lagi sesuatu baru, we keep talking about it, dan seolah-olah itu legacy kita. Legacy kita bagi kami di Sabah Maju Jaya, legacy meant to be destroyed. Kalau kau mau lebih, hari ini saya cipta kejayaan, besok Ramli atasi dan sebagainya. Saling atas mengatasi. Okay, let's say saya ambil contoh pelaburan. Pelaburan. Laju juga kau ini. Okay, next. Alright. Tengok slide itu. Okay. Next ada okay, balik. Okay, domestik kita progressing. Okay. Asing meningkat dan suddenly jatuh. Ini yang saya kasih tahu Ramli dan rakan-rakan SMJ, kita dibuai mimpi. Karena tahun pertama kita tidak expect kita boleh sign 4.39 billion. Secondnya kerja negeri tidak expect to sign 9.17 billion. We keep talking about SK Nextless, Kibing dan sebagainya. We forget about the rest of the assignment that we should be progressing further. We keep talking about it. Narration to narration mengenai dengan pencapaian. Tetapi by the year 2023, kita tertidur sekejap. We slow down a little bit or what? I don't know. Maybe only assistant sector is masih ada mentality that we need to strike more. Kita ini saya kasih tahu Ramli dibuai mimpi. We are supposed to be signing around 15 billion dan sebagainya. But what we did? Mungkin Sabah Invest tidak buat duty dia. Ada CEO dia di sini. Because we know the potential di mana. But why we cannot manage to close the deal? Kita kena tanya diri kita ini. The potential is there. Ini terbuai mimpi. Tetapi thank you ada CEO Sabah Invest di sini. Tahun ini kita close. Kita punya dengan Kibing signing 17.4 billion. The next. Itu 20, bananya tertidur sekejap, sejenak. Tertidur. Because we are so excited. Tidak pernah dalam sejarah negeri Sabah that we can strike. Dan kita punya pendapatan pun every year is consistently Bendari is naik. Dan saya kasih tahu Ramli, silap-silap kita tertidur ini because we never enjoy that kind of things. But how to manage the success is another things yang kita kena belajar. Dan I hope that nanti di sebelah petang ini coba kita cari penyelesaian managing the success. Macam mana kita mengurus. Oke, ini contoh. Contoh kedua. Contoh kedua saya ambil yang bagus sedikit lah kan. Mau kundim saya ini yang bilang. Oke, next. Pendidik modal insan. Modal insan kita progressing. Oke. Why? Karena modal insan ini dia memberi kesan terus kepada diri kita sendiri. We concern about anak-anak kita. We concern about orang muda. Dan dia menaik. Dia naik. Which is a good indicator untuk government that we should be spending more on human resources. But now, duit ada, program ada, but please guide us apa direction. Nanti jadi macam yang di wayang tadi. Bila dia keluar, dia tidak pernah drive that kind of vehicle, dia tidak tahu keadaan di luar, dan dia akan buat sesuatu yang tidak betul. So guide us on this one. Di Sabah Maju Jaya, hopefully dapat kami sampaikan kepada perumus dasar apa Hala Tuju modal insan kita. Apa yang kita mau. Of course every sector mau. Dia punya kelebihan masing-masing. But I do believe with the money that the state government are pumping in, with the commitment of Yang Amat Berhormat Ketua Menteri, that dia tambah peruntukan modal insan, kita boleh melahirkan insan yang lebih produktif, dynamic, dan tahu managing the success. Karena bagi saya ini adalah satu kejayaan dan soalnya isunya how do we manage the success. Oke, ambil satu lagi contoh. Ada KPLB di sini. Ada wakil kah KPLB? Rumah Sabah Maju Jaya. Oke. Ini interesting ini, Rumah Sabah Maju Jaya. Bila the idea itu timbul, orang bilang, apa lagi mau buat Rumah Sabah Maju Jaya ini? Ada sudah PPRT, ada sudah itu, ada sudah ABC, semua cakap. Kasih tambah saja. Perumahan-perumahan untuk rakyat. Tapi tidak pernahkah pikir bahwa negeri Sabah ini, orang Sabah ini ada keperluan istimewa untuk negeri Sabah? Minta maaf, PPRT berapa lama boleh siap? 3 tahun? 4 tahun? 5 tahun? Ada yang sekarang sampai 7 tahun belum boleh masuk, sudah siap. We know, kita tahu, but we are still promoting the idea. SMJ, dia 2 bulan, boleh siap. IBS, ada dia punya arsitek di sini. We know, but the narration di sana di luar apa? We still believe in PPRT, PPR dan sebagainya. Pasal itu proyek persekutuan ambil duit persekutuan. Bolehkah kita buat diri kita untuk diri kita sendiri? And this is the thing. Rumah Sabah Maju Jaya become a mockery to the media media punya orang. Apa ini rumah SMJ? Belubang ini SMJ, semua SMJ. But we never look at apa yang benda baru yang kita cipta bersama dalam SMJ. And this is the things. Then within berapa tahun KPLB implement 2 tahun, kita manage siapkan 1,586. We don't have to wait. Kenapa mesti kita tunggu orang lain kasih? Tidak bolehkah kita cipta untuk diri kita sendiri untuk mengurus masalah kita sendiri? And this is the thing. Cipta, challenge diri kita, capabilities kita. And I don't think orang Sabah ini rendah sangat IQ dia. I think kita hampir sama dengan di mana-mana di dunia. Kita berkeupayaan. But the point is, adakah kita challenge diri kita untuk menjahirkan sesuatu, melahirkan sesuatu idea yang boleh kita kembangkan, dan lepas itu kita modified, ikut kesesuaian dan peredaran masa. Oke, di ini SMJ ada contoh. Oke, next. Next, saya sudah cerita ada 3, saya ambil contoh pasal saya belum ini miskin nanti coba kau tayangkan dulu wayang Back to the Future supaya paham. Pasal sampai sekarang saya pun belum paham.
Marty! You've got to come back with me!
Where?
Back to the future!
Wait a minute. What are you doing, Doc?
I need fuel! Go ahead, quick, get in the car!
No, Doc. I just got here, okay? Jennifer's here. We're gonna take the new truck for a spin.
Well, bring her along. This concerns her too.
Wait a minute, Doc. What are you talking about? What happens to us in the future? Something?
No, Marty. Both you and Jennifer turn out fine. It's your kids, Marty. Something has got to be done about your kids.
Hey, Doc, we better back up. We don't have enough road to get up to 88.
Roads? Where we're going, we don't need roads.
Habis? Itu saya klip dia. Oke. Apa perkataan yang signifikan dalam Back to the Future tadi? Bila dia ajak keluar, dia bilang is concern to you too in your family. Oke? Dia mengajak balik di hadapan. Untuk dapat dia punya nanti kamu tengoklah. Free sudah sekarang. Tetapi the message is very clear. We need to see the future. We need to balik kepada future. Jangan stuck seperti blast in the past. Bagi yang sudah tengok dia tahu itu. Kamu tengok itu kereta macam perutun saga kelabu saja. Tapi bila dia modified, dia boleh terbang, dia boleh imagine the things di hadapan. Kita bila orang buat ideation, apa reaksi pertama kita? Gila punya kerja itu. Kenapa saya tidak carry on with my own duty saja? Then I'm okay. Itu tabiat yang kita ambil. Itu pendekatan yang kita ambil. Berapa ramai di antara kita yang sudah pergi luar negara di sini, yang sudah lihat kemajuan di luar negara. Sampai sekarang parit pun kita tidak boleh ubah desain dia. Masih 4 segi. Tetapi kita tahu parit kita berbau karena dia stuck kiri kanan. Kita pergi negara luar, parit dia tidak 4 segi. Senang flash. But did we change? My friend, I keep looking to him. Pernahkah kita tukar? Pernahkah kita tukar? No. Alasan kita apa? Minta maaf, ada JKR di sini ada. No. Alasan kita, oh ini dulu, memang dulu beginilah ini. Memang dulu beginilah ini. Bila berbau, bila kotor, bila banjir, flash flood, dia no, because sampah stuck di antara parit. Apa alasan kita? Tunjuk majlis. Diorang tidak clean up the sampah. Tunjuk ini. Tunjuk itu. Ujung-ujung apa kita blame? Ini pendatang asing punya hal ini. Buang sampah ini merata-rata. Blaming teori blaming the victim. Oke? Dan kita tahu sampah is the problem. Tapi pernahkah kita didik anak-anak kita mengurus sampah dari kecil? Yang kita didik anak-anak kita buang sampah. Apa arti buang sampah dalam Melayu ini? You throw it. Cobalah kita ajar anak-anak kita, generasi akan datang, mengurus sampah. Ada skrip ini ya, I'm just okay. And untuk mengurus masa depan, that is our challenge today. And I hope that selepas ini petang ada sisi dengan anak-anak muda, kami mau ada pemikiran baharu. Dan saya dengan Ramli dan rekan-rekan di SMJ akan bentangkan nanti di kabinet. Tidak di like it or not, we need to bentang aspirasi anak muda mengurus masa depan. Forget about the past. Oke. Dalam ini saya hanya ambil beberapa contoh saja karena ruang saya akan beri masa nanti kepada perbincangan dan sebagainya. Ini bukan berucap, I'm just sharing. Masih lagi stuck juga keynote address dan sebagainya. Tiada lah, tidak ada address ini. Ini dibagi tadi pagi saya baca. I said I don't like it. I just want to talk whatever I think is right. Okay, next slide. Miskin saja. Kita balik kepada miskin. When we talk about miskin, semua kita ini miskin. We define miskin itu berdasarkan perspektif kita. Bila federal government umum Sabah antara yang termiskin, kita marah. He is not right or what? Macam-macam alasan kita. But I said, miskin tetap ada. But how do we define? Oke, miskin pada prinsipnya ada 4 tiers lah. Miskin ini, kalau saya tanya kamu sekarang ini, semua kamu ini, hampir semua ini akan mengaku miskin apabila saya bandingkan dengan personality like Tan Sri Azman. Kamu jadi miskin ini semua. Kamu jadi miskin. Oke? Lepas itu miskin relatif. Oke, very simple. Taraf kehidupan masyarakat tertentu pada masa tertentu, situational. Kita jadi miskin pada masa-masa tertentu disebabkan pendapatan kita kurang 50%. Dan inilah grup yang selalu kasih TikTok kerjaan gagal. Karena dia tidak boleh terima hakikat bahwa pada ketika itu pendapatan dia menjadikan dia miskin. So what you do? Blame the system. Blame dia. Semua kita blame. Oke, yang paling senang kau blame kerajaan lah. Pasal kerajaan itu ramai orang di dalam dia. Oke, dan lepas itu miskin mutlak. Clear? Ini semua shared by semua seluruh dunia, ada indikator oleh United Nations. So kita di Sabah 2742, siapa-siapa yang di sana kurang dia akan jadi miskin. Yaitu miskin mutlak. Dan kumpulan ini is very defensive. Awal penemuan. Oke, Din kita the kerajaan negeri agreed that we should tackle the bottom part first rather than miskin in general. So, mana-mana yang pendapatan 1.218 ke bawah, ada tanggungan PJK makanan dia 1.218 become miskin tegar. And we should address that group of people. Oke. SMJ diamanatkan untuk assignment ini pada 13 September 2023. Tahun lepas. Inilah. Kabinet Negeri amanatkan kami, mandatkan kami, selesaikan. The first word keluar di mulut saya, kemiskinan ini sejak Nabi Adam ada sudah. Macam mana SMJ boleh selesaikan, nuktakan pada ujung tahun? Yaitu ujung tahun 2024 Ramli. Macam mana kita nuktakan? So quickly I come up with a calculation. By the time 22.500 I said, kalau kita mau selesaikan, saya ada simple solution to it. Kita cetak voucher nilai 1.001 dan kita agi-agikan kepada 22.510 ketua isi rumah. Karena dapatan kami berdasarkan senarai kasih yang diberikan oleh ICU. Terima kasih ICU kalau ada di sini. Membolehkan kami buat analisa. Maknanya kita perlu belanja 1 bulan 23 juta. 1 tahun 300 juta. Simple, you give me money 300 juta. Tiap bulan saya cetak, saya agih. Selesai, dia keluar. Tetapi adakah itu penyelesaian yang permanen? Adakah itu penyelesaian yang permanen? Semua kamu ini pegawai kerjaan tertinggi, you know very well. Akan memudaratkan kedudukan ekonomi negeri Sabah. So, never mind. I said kalau kabinet bersetuju, kita guna pakai. Karena sentimen dibawa pada ketika itu orang politik, orang awam, ini federal tidak adil semua dan sebagainya. I said no, I'm not going to answer that. I'm not going to justify keadaan kita, tetapi can we come up with the indicator kita sendiri di negeri Sabah untuk menentukan siapa miskin tegar sebenarnya. Dan syukur Alhamdulillah pada 13 September Kabinet Negeri bersetuju untuk kami menggunakan pakai indikator negeri Sabah yang kita develop, mana orang-orang kumpulan ada 6 orang duduk di office, tidak ikut masa office, ideation, kopi jalan, makan jalan. Tapi tidak boleh balik rumah. Come up with the indicator. Ada 6 orang, maknanya 1 orang come up with 2 indicator untuk menentukan orang itu miskin tegar. Dan this is the things yang dipersetujui oleh kabinet. 1, miskin tegar ini tiada rumah. tiada rumah. Kedua, tiada pekerjaan. Ketiga, ada physically handicapped. Critical, penyakit kritikal. BMI dia begini. Tidak mampu bayar. Okay, next. Tiada tanah. Tiada tanah pertanian. Tidak memiliki keinderaan. Tidak mempunyai asas kemudahan. Bla bla bla. Sampailah kita dapat rumuskan bahawa rupa-rupanya miskin tegar ini educationally tiada, itu yang tiada sijil pelajaran, yang sampai tingkatan 5 92%, 92.8% sampai SPM. Maknanya inilah kumpulan yang kena disqualified. Kalau dia memohon sebarang bantuan, sebarang program dalam kerjaan, baru first line of permohonan, nama dia boleh tulis, IC kalau dia masuk itu yang tiada IC, disqualified. Masuk ke third line, alamat, tiada kampung, tiada rumah. Kalau kamu pegawai kerjaan, orang isi 3 saja daripada 20 petak yang mau diisi untuk qualified sesuatu, kamu mau terima kah? Semua kita ini akan reject. And this is the group of people yang kena tolak permohonan dia. Because our system yang kita buat, semua sistem kita di Malaysia, di Sabah, is by qualification. You qualified yourself to get something. But yang disqualified, terlupa. Kita cari alasan, ada orang ini masalah attitude. Dia orang ini tidak mau belajar dan sebagainya. Kita cari alasan. Dan apa yang kita buat? Kita bagi tahu kabinet, let's focus on kumpulan yang sudah disqualified. And we personalize approach dia. After all, the numbers is not that much. We personalize. So, dan ini untuk makluman bersama. Diguna pakai separuhnya oleh federal. Because we are the first one to come up with the indicator. I did brief Ketua Setiausaha Negara. Ramli duduk dalam jawatan kuasa peringkat JPM yang dipengurusi oleh Perdana Menteri. Dan sudah diguna pakai. Dan bila dia orang guna pakai, dia orang pula yang cepat kasih selesai Melaka sebagainya. Because gunakan indikator ini. By elimination, in apa-apa yang disqualified itu, dia concentrate dia punya bantuan. Okay. I just give contoh kemiskinan. Kita ada subsidi enjin sangkut kan? Adakah nelayan di sini? Okay. Kalau kau tengok ini kriteria, di mana dia sangkut dia punya enjin, sedangkan dia tidak perahu. Kalau kau kasih baja, di mana dia mau membaja, sedangkan dia tidak tanah. So this is the things yang kita kena tengok in detail. So this one sudah apa ni kriteria ini, indikator ini diguna pakai di peringkat federal. And kita di Sabah setakat ini kemajuan kita berapa sudah? Ada boleh kasih tunjuk tadi? Setelah kita gunakan indikator ini, baru kita tahu rupa-rupanya ramai pula yang mengaku pura-pura miskin. Dalam kami punya profiling, kami dapati ada rumah di bawah dia, sebelah mana itu, saya no need to mention lah, ada will fire lagi di bawah rumah. Tetapi dia masuk dalam miskin tegar. Oke? Ada yang rumah 2 tingkat, semi konkret, bawah simen, atas biasalah papan. Parking inviter, ada tanah 2 lot. tetapi dia adalah penerima miskin tegar. But okay, this government servant, I got 1 million allocation means for training, let's finish it. Or otherwise audit will query me. Jadi end of the year, kalau saya tidak boleh spend. And we are stuck to that mentality. We are stuck to that mentality. Takut betul di-query oleh audit. Ramli is auditor, national auditor punya, we keep arguing that, dia bilang kalau dia tidak query, dia adalah kerja dia yang kena buang. So this is the things. Tetapi kita ada itu fobia yang kita, so we are stuck. So setakat ini 30 Desember, yang tinggal ada 4.000 lebih dan yang terkini 3.000 lebih. Setakat Jun 3.000 lebih, cuma saya tidak boleh sebut nama bilangan sebenarnya karena itu hak Ketua Menteri untuk mengumum yang the real figure. Okay, next. Then we move to another contoh. Cara kita mendekati, kita buat 5 saja penyelesaian. 1, kalau orang miskin, apa yang orang paling miskin tegar ini, apa dia perlu rumah? Kita mesti kasih rumah. Jawaban dia rumah SMJ. Pendidikan. Anak-anak dia dibebani, kenapa dia jadi miskin? Karena dia dibebani oleh pendidikan, transportation, fees dan sebagainya. Then we create di bawah Dato' Arifin, bakti semua ada 8 jenis. That kita mesti Okay, then the next one. This is a very passive group of people. Dia tidak pandai macam kita bercakap, minta sana minta sini. Then apa penyelesaian dia? Pekerjaan. Yang dia tahu, di ujung bulan dia terima sesuatu. Terima kasih kepada Giants. Ada Giants di sini? Tidak. Karena telah mengambil beberapa ramai anak miskin tegar, tiada jawatan yang biasa, jadikan dia pekerja di masjid, pekerja di sekolah. In that kind of things, we must personalize. CEO Yayasan Kebajikan Sabah, terima kasih karena hari itu juga bila saya sudah brief, dia bilang kasih saya 1 driver, dia ambil daripada keluarga miskin tegar. Besoknya, it's happened that dia ada license dan jadi driver dia. Kita sudah selamatkan 1. Dan niat kita ini bukan mau besar. Bolehkah tiap-tiap satu organisasi ambil 1. Karena the numbers is baru 3.000 lebih sekarang. Tidak perlu, aku mesti buat satu program besar nilai 1 juta. No. Pekerjaan is just provide them employment that dia boleh terima. Monthly. Okay, then we address kebajikan. Terima kasih, mana kebajikan Jais punya orang tiada di sini. We need to, Maria ada di sini. We need to relock balik kita punya kebajikan polisi. Kenapa mesti untuk bantuan orang tua, kenapa mesti tunggu 60 tahun baru qualified? We must question. Kenapa mesti 500? Did we tengok dia punya nature individually? Then we have to relock the so-called social welfare policy. Supaya kita dapat mengurangkan beban keluarga. Dan keusahawanan, which most of my friend dulu said, kami ada training, we train this and that. And I said, tengok itu profil miskin. Dia kumpulan yang passive. Dia not yang agresif, dia not what. Dia very passive. Kalau boleh di kampung ini dia bertapuk ini. Di ujung-ujung. Karena dia sehelai pinggang. Sehelai pinggang. Jadi dia tidak bergaul dengan masyarakat. Dia jumpa ketua kampung satu kali saja. Kalau ketua kampung tidak layan, dia tidak akan jumpa sampai bila. What else going to see, jumpa pegawai daerah dan sebagainya. So we need to go down to the hand. Okay, next. Ini Tuaran. Ini interesting. Bila kita profile di kawasan Tuaran, kami Ramli dapat peruntukan khas daripada jabatan Perdana Menteri disalurkan kepada MPC. Pasal kita dibagi mandat pada 13 September, kita pergi kewangan, mana kewangan mau kasih? Dia bilang tutup akaun sudah. Then our hurdle sana sini, but we manage our way, minta JPM, lepas tu JPM arahkan MPC untuk gunakan uang dia to do kami punya pilot projek rintis di Tuaran. Then we find out that di Tuaran perlu 388 rumah out of berapa ribu miskin tegar yang listed. Surprising. Apabila kita tengok perumahan, rupa-rupanya yang perlu hanya 64 orang saja yang betul-betul tiada rumah. Yang lain dia dalam bentuk renovation, upgrading dan sebagainya. But if we were to take the numbers plainly, that mean kita kena buat 388 lah. So the rest yang mana-mana rumah yang perlu diperbaiki, we just spend around 20-30 ribu. Okay, fast forward. Oh, panjang sudah. Next. Okay, next. Ini kita punya. Ekonomi biru, another idea. Ini satu benda baru yang kita perkenalkan dan ini interesting karena Ramli bila kita ada engagement dengan Ketua Menteri, dia jual peta negeri Sabah. Itu saja. Dan lepas itu Ketua Menteri like the idea, dia kata, I give you 2 weeks to come up with the paper mengenai dengan ekonomi biru. 6, kita balumkan Ketua Menteri. Ketua Menteri bilang, you good 2 weeks, next 2 weeks ada cabinet meeting, come up with the concept cabinet ekonomi biru. 18 kita bentang. Dan yang amat berhormat Ketua Menteri, this is the first time in my life dalam selaku pegawai kerajaan, di mana bila kita bentang kertas kabinet, ini yang paling mudah sekali dalam hidup saya, which almost 3 days saya tidak bertidur dengan Ramli because of thinking what would be the question daripada kabinet. Karena saya hanya memperkenalkan tajuk dan yang bentangkan adalah Ketua Menteri sendiri yang bercakap. Jadi bayangkan reaksi kabinet lain. Maknanya kerja kami senang karena yang bercakap mengenai ekonomi biru adalah Ketua Menteri. So, okay. So, pendek cerita, September ini kita ada International Conference on the Blue Economy. Apa itu Blue Economy? Selalu kita reacting Blue Ocean. Strategi dan sebagainya. So, berapa masa saya ada lagi? Saya tidak akan ulas panjang lebar. Cara prinsipnya, ekonomi biru ini merupakan penerukan ekonomi di lautan dan juga di sungai. Yang selama ini kita tidak monetize secara agresif. Saya ambil contoh sajalah. Laut dalam. Yang kita lisenkan, sekarang sudah bertambahlah. Pada ketika itu waktu kita bentangkan, yang kita lisenkan laut dalam 50 nautika, 2 hanya 2. Di Perak dialisinkan 202. Pendapatan di negeri Sabah, income to fishing is somewhere around 900 juta saja. Di Perak is almost 3 billion. Bayangkan negeri Perak dengan laut dia simpan di Sabah. Boleh kamu jumpa kah? Kita tidak boleh jumpa. So this is a new penerukan baru. Kerajaan negeri pun sudah luluskan the renewable energy enactment mengenai dengan OTIC, Ocean Thermal Energy Conversion. Sebelum federal buat, federal sekarang baru first draft buat. Kita sudah lulus di Dewan. Karena kita nampak potensial tenaga haba di laut ini lebih besar daripada oil and gas. Kita mendahului. So, saya mengajak rakan-rakan di laut itu ikan dia tidak perlu paspor. Sekejap di Filipina, sekejap di Indonesia, sekejap tempat kita. Oke? Di laut itu tidak pakai geran. Dia pakai koordinat saja. Dan definisi laut bagi negeri Sabah when we signed the agreement 1964 is referred to as a land of the state. But apa yang kita diajar? Yang kita diajar itu sejak map kita itu yang kepala anjing itu dia bilang. But we never been kasih tahu yang laut itu juga adalah tanah air negeri Sabah. Dan international unclosed anda international kita boleh menerukai sampai 200 nautical mile. Apa yang kita dikasih tahu? 12 nautical mile saja kamu boleh Kalau federal 3 nautical mile saja kamu boleh buat. Dan kuasa laut sudah diserahkan kepada negeri Sabah di bawah MA 63. Isunya kenapa kita tidak bising? Bolehlah politik cakap, oh kami dapat sudah. Tetapi isunya di sini, apa yang kita buat dengan laut yang diserahkan sama kita? Up until there is activity, barulah kita boleh cakap, yes, we got done, right, and we do something about it. Sekarang ini dapat, tapi apa yang kita buat? We didn't do anything. Lepas itu, the narration when come to 200 nautical miles apa? Geopolitics. Tension. Merebut sana sini. Tetapi kita di SMJ kata, Ketua Menteri bilang, bolehkah kau tukar ini narration? Apa Datuk Seri? Kalau geopolitik orang berperang. Apa yang tidak berperang? I said, kalau tidak berperang, geoeconomic narration. Let's explore that potential. Dan kita tahukah yang kita ini berhadapan dengan 6 negara? When we talk about ocean, kita berhadapan dengan Brunei, Indonesia, Filipina, Vietnam, Thailand, China. If we were to take Taiwan and Hong Kong is a sovereign nation, is another 2+. Jepun, semua melalui perairan di hadapan mata kita. Shipping. 75% shipping in the world is crossing our. But did we capitalize? We are still talking about cabotage policy. Kita blame the federal government for not giving us but did we come up with the solution of managing our laut? Selalu saya cakap bersama Ramli, kita ini suka komplain, suka menuntut. Tetapi sudah dikasih blame to somebody, tidak boleh urus. Jujurlah pada diri kita sendiri, kita ambil apa yang kita boleh urus. And prove it that we can do much better than our counterpart. What if we were to compare ourselves with somebody else? And this is the potential. Dato' semalam dengan kasih masuklah Dato' yang nomor 14 saja itu. Pasal tidak masuk SDG dia kemarin kan. Boleh Dato'? Kalau aku perlu mengadap, aku mengadap tuh. Boleh? Oke. Next. Habis sudah masa saya? 1 jam. Oke. Jadi kami jemput 2 hingga 4 banyak panel daripada negara luar yang akan bincang pasal ekonomi. Ada kritik di sana kasih tahu, belum ekonomi ini kan aku sudah buat dulu. Yes. Betul. Ini waktu kita merdeka sudah dibuat ini. But we never put dia satu package, come up with the new approach. United Nations come with the approach, a new approach on this one in 2012. 2018, Asian countries agreed to adopt. Indonesia baru last year come up with the blueprint. Malaysia baru, I think masyarakat pertama atau kedua. But kita di Sabah mendahului. I said, bila Ketua Menteri bilang setuju, kamu jalan saja, kenapa mesti kita tunggu orang lain kasih tahu kita apa mau buat? So, trial and error, I'm not an expert, I'm not even an economist, what, Ramli is just auditor, semua, kita jalan saja. Kalau silap, kita patah balik. But at least kita mulakan langkah baru. So, this is the things. So, please datang, Ramli yang hadir pada hari ini kita kecualikanlah daripada bayaran. Urus dia bolehkah? Yang penting dorong daftar hari inilah. Selalunya kami akan kenakan ini international conference, tapi dia Alright, okay, next. Okay, di mana kita? Setelah saya bercakap begitu panjang lebar sampai kamu bosan, ada yang tidur, coba kamu imagine di mana kamu. Inilah template yang kami share bersama dengan yang berhormat Setiausaha Kerjaan Negeri apabila we are in the team. And we share this template up till now. Di mana kita? Kita masih, kalau balik di kampung, kita masih pakai jambatan itu yang pakai bambu. Our mind still stuck di sana. Oke, bila kita pergi KK, we expect macam inilah jambatan dia ini, predictive analytic punya ini. Your planning is still there, my friend. Your planning is still there. It is a predictive. You predict berapa pedestrian will cross whatever. In all our design is still masih optimization of machine learning punya thinking. But we should be di depan sekali itu sekarang ini. Big to the future sudah kita. Oke? Yang pakai artificial intelligence ini pun berapa saja, kerat saja. Oke? Kenapa kita tidak desain kita punya pedestrian walk is like a escalator kind of things. So we manage our time lebih baik, lebih cepat. Oke, satu itu untuk kita. At the same time we upgrade our technology. The answer is dia bilang impossible, tidak duit. Tetapi samalah cerita dia dengan Kibing dan SK Nexus. When we see that kita terukai, kita punya hasil, tidak duit. Get the investor to come in. Get the investor to come in. Sama-sama rugi, sama-sama untung. Ini kita punya tagline is sharing prosperity. Tetapi ini buat tambah liability. Boleh kita share dua-dua kah? Okay, in these are the things that we should be looking cognitive. Punya analitik. Ini dengan sekian lah, we share this. Okay, and the last one yang saya mau kasih tunjuk, see kita punya planning. We challenge the community punya thinking rather than karena we believe that we are professional, kita boleh bulldoze apa yang kita suka. But ini is a reflection bila kami buat with Miskin Tegar, Aitur Ramli, kita kena dengar community. Apa keluhan dia, apa masalah dia. Kita design based on community needs. Ini apa? Arkitek draw bla bla. Pasal mau cantik. Tapi pedestrian punya aku mau cepat. Apa dia buat? Habis kau punya landscape. Ada di BKK di sini. Nanti mayor marah sama aku. Aku ambil gambar ini dan. Okay. See how the public boleh punish kita because of a simple mistake. With that, I say thank you. Terima kasih kepada semua yang telah sanggup mendengar. But niat kami di SMJ satu saja. Kita boleh buat perubahan. We need to start sekarang untuk menjahirkan pemikiran-pemikiran baharu. Dan itu yang kami asratkan dalam SMJ versi 2.0, penjahiran idea-idea baharu daripada anak-anak muda, daripada yang pintar, cerdik dan pandai di sini, give us the idea of how to move forward negeri Sabah. Karena we truly believe Sabah potential dia 4 kali lebih besar daripada apa yang kita nikmati sekarang ini. Itu baru melalui perspektif ekonomi biru. Kalau sekarang kita di atas tanah yang 2 kali jika digandakan dengan laut, kita boleh generating income 7 billion. Bayangkan di laut kali 3. Maknanya 21 billion is easily boleh kita dapat dengan andaian bahwa kita ini bekerja beyond the limit. So with that, sekali lagi saya ucapkan ribuan terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih yang berbahagia Datuk atas keynote remarks yang telah disampaikan sebentar tadi. Mohon yang berbahagia Datuk untuk kekal berada di atas pentas bagi acara seterusnya. Dan dijemput Div-Div kehormat diiringi oleh Yang Berusaha Puan Rosni Osman, Pengarah Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya untuk turut naik ke atas pentas bagi menyaksikan gimik pelancaran portal Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya, Sistem ISMJ dan Pelan Strategik Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya. Baiklah hadirin sekalian, tibalah masa untuk kita menyaksikan pelancaran portal Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya, Sistem ISMJ dan Pelan Strategik Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya. Mohon yang berbahagia Datuk untuk meletakkan tapak tangan di atas tab yang telah disediakan sebagai simbolik gimik pelancaran dalam kiraan 3, 2, 1. Itulah dia gimmick pelancaran bagi portal Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya, sistem ISMJ dan Pelan Strategik Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya. Dan dipersilakan yang berbahagia Datuk, Datin, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan untuk kembali ke tempat masing-masing dan kita juga akan merakamkan gambar beramai-ramai di bawah. Mohon para media untuk mengambil tempat di atas pentas bagi merakamkan gambar kenangan. Baiklah hadirin sekalian, semoga keynote remarks yang telah disampaikan oleh Yang Berbahagia Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi sebentar tadi dapat memberikan inspirasi kepada ketua-ketua jabatan untuk menjana idea baharu yang dapat meningkatkan hasil negeri sekaligus mewujudkan inisiatif-inisiatif flagship di kementerian, jabatan dan agensi masing-masing. Dan kita juga turut mengharapkan anak-anak muda untuk mewujudkan pemikiran baharu bagi mengurus masa depan negeri Sabah. Dan seperti yang dikatakan Yang Berbahagia Datuk sebenar tadi, forget the past. Dan idea-idea baharu daripada anak-anak muda ini sangat penting untuk memastikan perkembangan dan kemajuan negeri yang berterusan. Baiklah Yang Berbahagia Datuk-Datuk, Datin, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, sekarang tiba masanya untuk kita menyaksikan sesi forum interaktif yang pertama bertajuk Hala Tuju Sabah Maju Jaya, Pelan Pembangunan SMJ 2.0 Back to the Future. Dan sebelum itu kita mempersilakan barisan reporter kita daripada Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya iaitu Puan Shirin Syafiqah binti Ahmad, Encik Muhammad Izzat bin Ahmad dan Puan Farha Fazliana binti Abdul Karim. Dan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan dipersilakan untuk mengambil tempat duduk yang telah disediakan. Baiklah, izinkan saya memperkenalkan seorang individu yang sangat berpengalaman dan berwibawa dalam bidang komunikasi, seorang yang bukan sahaja Master of Ceremonies tetapi juga terkenal dengan keupayaan beliau dalam mengendalikan sesi-sesi forum dengan penuh dinamik. Hadirin sekalian, marilah kita sama-sama mengalu-alukan Encik Ben Uzar dengan tepukan yang gemuruh. Baiklah Encik Ben, saya serahkan sesi forum interaktif ini kepada anda. Dipersilakan.
Testing. Terima kasih pengurusi majlis. Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera. Salam Sabah Maju Jaya. Setiap kali kalau saya mengendalikan sesebuah majlis and especially if it involves something involving Sabah Maju Jaya as we envision the future, I would always request everybody to participate in something. And I hope that we will have that little spirit today. If I say Sabah, you say Maju Jaya. Sabah. Sabah. Belum lagi semangat. Dan saya harap nanti selepas kita berbincang, berkongsi idea, kupas, korek dan segalanya, saya harap kita akan berkata-kata lebih semangat tentang slogan itu. Datuk Rosmadi, Tuan Ramli, Madam Maria, Datuk Diana, Datuk-Datuk, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, terima kasih kerana sudi hadir di majlis yang berbahagia ini. I'd like to take you back to 1991. Something major happened in that year. I don't want to say how old I was, but I was still in school. And all of us were invited to sing one particular song in school. Do any of you remember that one particular song? Some of us might remember the lyrics to that song. I will not sing it. It's been raining a lot these days. But the words Wawasan 2020 was something major, and it invited us to envision the future. Well, sadly, with the anticlimax of 2020, a lot of us were stuck in a pandemic, and now we are re-invited to think about the future. And I'd like to thank the Secretariat for giving us this opportunity to give us this chance untuk memberikan peluang sekali lagi untuk kita meneroka lebih jauh untuk memikir masa hadapan kita. Now, back in 1991, if we do the calculation, it was 30 years that we have to envision what is next. And now we are in 2024. What will be the next 30 years like? And I'd like to invite you to close your eyes for a moment. Sila tutup mata anda seketika dan mari kita fikir sejenak. Apakah dunia yang kita akan ada dalam masa 30 tahun nanti? What is Sabah going to be like in 30 years' time? Think about that for a moment. Some of us might not be around. It's okay. At least we can envision what our children are going to be like, our family members, the neighborhood that we are in, the roads and infrastructures, the system, the education system, the way of thinking. And I hope that you'll keep that idea for a moment because I have something that's interactive. So let's launch that Slido on our screen here. I'd like to invite you to take out that one gadget that you keep that was not in existence 20, 25 years ago. And you have that glimpse of the future in your hand. I'd like for you to scan that QR code. Sila imbas QR code tersebut dan saya ingin mendengar daripada anda. I'd like to hear from you. What is your wish for Sabah's future? It can be in the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years even. I've started and I've put tech advancement right there. But I would love to hear from you. Dan saya harap jawapan-jawapan ini akan dijadikan inspirasi untuk perbincangan kita sambil kita berfikir tentang masa hadapan kita. Dan sambil anda meletakkan jawapan anda di hadapan ini, di dalam skrin, saya ingin menjemput ahli-ahli panel kita. Mereka sebenarnya lebih aktif daripada saya dalam bidang-bidang yang mereka bekerja sama sekarang. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to first invite on stage the Secretary of the Sabah Youth Business and Industry Leaders Network, Mr. Elvis Liu. Elvis, please come join me on stage. Let's give him a warm round of applause. I also like to invite Ms. Faizra Rizalman, the Executive Director of Elevate Academy of Technology and Innovation. And Dato' Rosmadi has mentioned him a few times, gestured him a few times, and I definitely need to get a response from him. Architect Rizal Banjar, the President of the Sabah Professionals Council. Please join me. Now, when I do moderations, I don't like to read out the profiles of these awesome individuals. I think if you were to Google them and go on their Facebook pages, I think you'll be inspired by all the things that they have done. But I'd like to talk to Elvis first. Elvis, based on Dato' Rosmadi's speech that we heard just now, maybe you'd like to have a response to what he has to say just now as we begin our forum today. Elvis.
First of all, salam sejahtera, salam Sabah Maju Jaya. I'm Elvis from SIBIL, Sabah Young Business and Industrial Leaders Network. Of course, we were shocked to see today topics back to future because we just talked about that last month gathering at SIBIL when our president, Architect James Wong, brought up the topic about many people talk about what happened past, but why not we talk about 2063? what's going to happen for Sabah. Then starting with that topic, the civilians, the civil members, we shared about our vision last month. And we are shocked that we're linked to today's topic. I think later we're going to have, due to the time limitation, I think we try our best because we actually have come up with 25 pages of proposal, what in our mind, because we have meetings every week, every month, wish to contribute into the policy for better Sabah. So later on, I just summarize into 5 pillars, which is a summarize of from our special task force about entrepreneurship and what is it for Sabah young people.
Thank you, Elvis. Dan untuk perhatian tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, kita mau santai-santai saja ya. Kita tidak mau terlampau formal. At the end of the day, we want this to be interactive, and that's the whole reason why we have that QR code supaya kita boleh bercerita bersama-sama. Dan saya rasa dalam Dewan ini juga ada beberapa mikrofon. I definitely want to hear from you. I hope that you'll be thinking of questions to ask, not me, but the panelists, because they are the stars of our panel session today. Elvis, thank you very much. I'm going to give you about 5-10 minutes later on to present to our audience what is CIBIL and most importantly, how we are able to collaborate. And Faizra, good to see you. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Lama nak jumpa.
Itulah juga kan.
Makin sibuk. Kali terakhir saya berkongsi pentas dengan Faizra ialah pada tahun 2021. Kita berbincang tentang Sabah Maju Jaya juga untuk anak-anak muda. A lot has changed since. It was Rambutan Academy before, now it's Elevate Academy. Would you like to share a little bit to our audience? What are you doing right now?
Okay, so at Elevate Academy, we actually provide software development courses to those who are interested to become programmers. And then we help them to kickstart their career in the software development industry.
Thank you very much. And I had to Google architect result to see if there's anything happening. And apparently there was an article on Daily Express that came out earlier this year about an individual who is asking the legitimacy and also the existence of the Sabah Professionals Council. And you also gave a very, shall we say, a very constructive response to that newspaper article, which laid out, you know, the purpose, the objectives of the council. And perhaps for some of us who are not fortunate to read that particular article, would you like to perhaps inform our audience today, what is the Sabah Professional Council?
Sure, thank you, Ben. I know Ben for quite some time. I knew him even before he was an MC. I didn't know he was an MC. He was a fitness freak. So he has a gym. So actually he's one of the guys who actually motivate me to actually go for fitness, taking care of your health. But unfortunately now, I think after I have not met you for so long, I'm gaining weight. But anyway, as what been mentioned by Ben, Sabah Professional Council is actually, as you know, based on the Sabah First policy. Because as you know, Sabah, all this while we are pushing for MA 63, actually it goes to one particular reasons, which is basically for the interest of Sabahan. Now, particularly for professionals, all this while, we don't have that particular standing. All of us are basically addressing issues on our own. As you know, professionals are basically architects, engineers, lawyers, planners, doctors as such. And that is where we decide that I think all of us should be together. Not only for the professionals, but all Sabahan. But particularly for professionals, Sabah Professional Councils consist of, I think they are about 12 professionals. They are architects, engineers, planners, doctors, dentists, pharmacists, surveyors, quantity surveyors, land surveyors, estate valuers, and then I think accountants. So please excuse me if I miss any of you. So this is where we want to use this platform to actually push the interest of Sabahan professional. I think if you have read my particular articles, we did mention like backdoor professionals. These backdoor professionals actually link up to leakages. leakages of actually money meant for Sabahan's development. So we believe we are professionals, we are the frontliners. So the frontliners, we have the first view of how the money is being spent. That is number one. And number two, we believe with our experience on the ground issues and matters, we can advise the state government to actually what are the best policy, what are the best structure, what are the best mechanism to actually address all these issues and make sure what is due to us, we utilize it for us. Yeah, that's about it.
Rizal, thank you very much. As we see here and hear a great preview of the youths of Sabah ready to contribute, ready to give energy, and hopefully let's give out some ideas and share. And who knows, because of this 1 hour session, there will be new relationships and collaborations being formed. And I think bagi saya lah sebagai seorang rakyat Sabah, penduduk Sabah, keinginan saya lah, aspirasi saya yang paling terbesar ialah melihat kerajaan negeri dan juga civil service kita bersama-sama kolaborasi dengan pihak swasta. Dan if we are able to work together, collaborate together, and especially to be in touch with these amazing individuals here as a start, I think we're going to create ripples and hopefully we'll create waves as well. So let's begin our forum today. We begin with Elvis because Elvis has a little presentation to present. And I am sure some of us have heard about the Sabah Young Business and Industry Leaders Network, formed early this year. They have their own Facebook page. Please look them up. Plenty of activities. They had a meeting with the Chief Minister just a few months ago. And there are many members who are entrepreneurs, professionals, and basically my tagline, making things happen in Sabah. Maybe Elvis would like to say a few words about civil and introduction, and hopefully we'll be able to make great connections today. Elvis, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Ben. First of all, thank you for inviting Sibil to be panelists today. And I would like to have all the civilians to stand up to be recognized. They are here. Yeah, the young professions from all around Sabah. Thank you. Yeah, so keep it civil. So it's a short forms of Sabah Young Business and Industrial Leaders Network. So we started with 120 young people gathering at the Wisma Kinabalu. So with the vision to how to come together to mobilize the young Sabah business people, and we define how to define young is those below 50. Okay, of course. Also, we encourage to work with advisors who have young heart and also have a heart to make Sabah better. So that is, I think almost every week we are meeting different Sabah agencies or federal agencies to talk about how to make Sabah better. So we have different task force, and later on we're going to share about one of the task force which is specialized on proposing policy to Sabah. Okay. So the purpose of CBIL, of course, we gather young people. I think now up to 200 plus young people we're gathering around from not only KK, but from East Coast as well, Sanakan and Tawau as well, and Kinabalu, and Keningau as well. And we're looking for more young people to be recommended to our network. And the next slide, please. So a platform together, and we learn together, and also I think one of the important thing is we do the part of networking, because today I think a lot of agencies from Sabah, different agencies. So we do the gathering of the young people with heart and the mind and the fist, and then we are open to work with all the agencies. Almost every week we are, as I mentioned, we wish to keep in touch or collaborate with all the agencies here to be better. And the next slide, I think more. Okay, so this is the logo of CBIL. You can see we have put Sabah first. I think like what Sabah Professional Council as well. We put Sabah first. Even the logo, we have instilled the value of Sabah and the colors and okay. And next, okay, the team. Just now we have some of us they are very busy in different part in KL but today Okay, our president, founding president, architect James Wong. So now also just appointed as the ahli lembaga penasihat DBKK, and also we have few meeting with DBKK on how to make KK better. And yeah, we come together with, okay, we have the deputy president, Datuk Jade, who are further expanding the food distribution not only in Sabah but to West Malaysia as well. And we have the Vice Advisor, Datuk Roger Chin, in legal side. So one of the policies, he been leading us to a lot of policy making and a proposal. And not forget to mention, okay, we have Vice President who are involved in agriculture and bird nest, is here today as well. And yeah, Kenji, who are, I think a lot of you heard of Amazing Borneo. So he is a founder of Amazing Borneo. Now he not only working on the sabahtravel.com, but a lot of areas and countries invited him, their team, to develop the platform for other countries like Philippines or I think not some of the countries. I think not to mention too much. I think this is they are on a discussion space. I think this is Sabah business been expanding overseas, and of course we have Treasurer Kevin's here. More on decorative materials. Okay, we have our Vice President from Sanakan as well. And we us here in education and promoting entrepreneurship. And next, we have young people from different industry as well, from medical publications, events, to name a few. And actually, this is the working committee. And the network, we have more than, I think, touching to 300 young peoples. And we wish, and it's growing because almost every day we receive. In fact, CBU is an organization by invitation only. Of course, we kind of open up more to get, because a lot of inquiries nowadays. Okay, so the page 11 is talking about the policy. I think next few page. Okay, yeah, we very focused on the values of have the heart to make Sabah better. I think this is one of the very important values that we in CBU. And next. Okay. Yeah, next. Okay, so this is the first event happened in January of this year. So we are together in Wisma Kinabalu, and very honored to witness by Yang Ahmad Muhammad, our Ketua Menteri, and share about his vision how to mobilize more young Sabah businesses to also contribute to the vision of the Sabah government. Okay, so by then, so we also thank you the Sabah Economic Advisory Council for providing us a lot of insight and support and connect us to a lot of agencies which we will be working with now. Next. Yeah, a lot of coverage and more to come. And next. Yeah, then I think this is talking about the policy task force. So we have come up with 25 pages, but I summarized into 5. What is it about? Shall I continue with the, make it short, okay. About entrepreneurship and innovation. What we have in mind is, we summarize into 5 pillars. First, building capacity. Basically, trainings and education are very important. I think that's why the panelists also be involved in education. I think mindset and getting our people, young people, and also all the Sabah right here to ready for the opportunities. Okay, I think the second pillars. Okay, just now, if building capacity, trainings, mentorship, coaching, I think that's very important for a lot of things to grow entrepreneurship here. And second, yeah, fostering innovation and entrepreneurship. I think exactly today's topics. I think financial incentives is something we talking about a lot, which we have been meeting with Sabah Credits Corporations and see how we can leverage more on the funds we have and the incentive that we can create for the young people. And thirdly, cultivate the supporting ecosystem. I think like Sabah Maju Jaya is creating the ecosystem, which I've been never seen in the past. in before. Okay, I think it's very good because even the portal, more informations and data being given, so we can make more informed decision in business and a lot of developments in future. And fourth, I think it's also very important, engaging young leaders in policy making. We are talking about different agency. We hope that we can involve more young people to be in when doing policy making. And that's a part that we can come in to collaborate and we connect to the young people that we have, or they are overseas or the different part, connect them back and how to empower or to contribute to the policy making. And the fifth, last but not least, how to retain and attract talent. How to retain and attack. I think this is been talking a lot. I think a lot of policies they can make. And the innovation and entrepreneurship, we're not talking about startup only, but grow up, scale up. I think different stage, they need different policies and support. Okay, and not only need to start something new totally, but we're talking about entrepreneurship, innovation within an organization. I think the successful rate will be even higher for that if you have innovation within an organization and then you expand more on that. I think that's it for the simple vision of what we have. Not from me, but from a CBIL overall, from CBIL committee. So thank you and back to you.
Thank you, Elvis. I'll have a few questions to ask you, especially related to entrepreneurship, innovation, and most importantly, industry trends, which we will ask later on. But now I'd like to move on to Faezra. And riding on our topic today, Faezra, Back to the Future. Have you watched the movie, by the way?
I did long time ago.
Okay, you did long time ago. So I'm certain that you probably remembered some of the futuristic things in that particular movie. The Nike flying shoes, a hoverboard, holograms, voice-activated messaging, that sort of thing. And then there are things that are not, shall we say, not realized, like, oh gosh, a flying car. They're drones though, which can constitute as something that is flying and all of that stuff. And I guess my question to you, Faezra, is when we look at future technologies, and you're dealing with coding, you're dealing with students to digitize the world and all of that stuff, what emerging technologies do you believe will have the most significant impact on Sabah, and how can we start integrating them now?
Okay, so macam tadi Datuk Rosmadi dia dah cakap beyond 2024 and beyond kan. So ada a few technologies yang we can actually start looking into, especially, boleh dengar tak sebenarnya? Especially AI, machine learning dengan IoT. So benda ni, if let's say we try and, okay, first, these three things is actually something yang we can combine together. But the first thing is we have to have, for me lah, in Sabah context, we actually have to have a sandbox, which we already have in Wisma Bandaraya, and university to work together so that they can brainstorm on ideas and how to start something. So the industries yang akan, orang bilang akan benefit from this technology is, in Sabah context is mostly now is actually agriculture. So for example, now for pertanian sekarang ni, we actually buat pertanian secara biasa. But if you can incorporate AI, IoT and sebagainya, we can probably develop a software, something yang can predict what's best for satu-satu tanah, for satu-satu soil untuk tanam something like that, right? And then not only that, we can also use this technology to improve our existing city. Right now macam KK, right? So KK sekarang ni, how do we actually improve the efficiency of the city? So by using this kind of technology, we can actually think of something. For example, paling simple is how do we ensure that our public transportation, for example, can be used efficiently for everyone. Yeah. And one more thing, but this one is actually, this one I don't think we have. Kita memang ada sudah sekarang, but it's something yang for us Sabah to start investing. One is renewable energy. We have a lot of issues with infra. It's something yang we cannot deny, but it's something yang we also have to start looking into aggressively. And we have to make sure that we try semua possible solutions yang ada, including renewable energy. But to realize all these things, the government alone cannot do it. So we have to ensure that everyone from the industry, from the universities to come together, think of a solution, brainstorm, and then come up with something better for the benefits of Sabah. Yeah.
Thank you, Faizra. Let's go to Rizal. And before I go into the questions, Rizal, you were mentioned or even gestured a few times by Datuk Rosmadi just now. We talked about housing, and that's one of the things that is a critical point, juncture in our Hala Tuju, providing affordable homes. And I just emceed a property exhibition just now, and just perusing the place, the exhibition, I mean, harga hartanah sekarang memang astaghfirullahalazim lah. Let's put it that way. Yeah. So, but Datuk Rosmadi mentioned you a few times, and housing is one of those ways to eradicate poverty. And you, as a professional architect yourself, perhaps you would like to suggest some ideas to some of us here, like, what are things that we can do better, and perhaps you would like to give a response to what Datuk Rosmadi has presented earlier today.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. I think before that, I just want to mention, I just realized the movie Blast to the Past and Back to the Future was about 30 to 40 years ago. Okay, if you have kids, rasanya kita dah cucu sudah. So it shows that how old was the movie, but the message was very clear lah. So going back to Ben's query, okay, actually housing is a basic need. Semua orang perlu rumah. That's the most basic fundamental thing all of us need. Now, why is it now it is so difficult to get a house? Kenapa? Whenever we go out for any property exhibition, any mana-mana semua, dia punya harga, just imagine, I think it was only 20 years ago, you can get a house less than 150,000 or below. You can get a reasonably nice house. Tapi sekarang, they're seeking affordable housing is about 350,000. Okay, siapa yang bagi indication 350,000 is affordable? Actually, it is not. If you're just graduating, it is far from affordable. Now, I'm an architect. So, I have been involved in these industries since year 2000. Now it's about 20 plus years. I can see the movement of property material semua, with all due respect, semua menaik. So, gaji macam ni. So, dia tidak berjumpa. This is where I think a few years ago, we had a session. We had workshops dengan the relevant agencies. I think one of them was instructed by the previous government. We had a workshop together with LPBB and such, with the property, Syareda and as such, where the most important thing which push things up actually harga tanah. Harga tanah is the first one. If you ask a developer, kenapa rumah mahal? Tanah mahal. That is number one. And number two, infrastructure. Jalan tiada, karan tiada, air tiada. Now, kalau tanah murah, dia boleh beli murah. Tapi dia mau tarik jalan, dia mau tarik air, dia mau tarik sebagainya, cost a lot. So, end of the day, kenapa harga telur semua naik? Walaupun harga diesel contohnya lah. Dia bilang, benda-benda tidak akan naik. Tapi these things, dia akan naikkan, dia push kepada siapa? Dia akan push to the consumer. Sama juga macam housing. So, these particular things, I think this is where the government or the local authorities must play a major role. Kena control. Satu lagi adalah material. Do you know that most our construction material are imported outside daripada Sabah? The only thing yang kita locally provide, pasir, batu. Even cement pun tidak cukup. So you just imagine, if all the things, for example, this building are all imported. Diesel naik, memang di Sabah tidak naik. tapi material kita daripada Semenanjung atau daripada luar negara. So, mau tidak mau, kita yang kena tanggung. So that's why we need to get back. Orang bilang the autonomy. We must create industries like what Sibil are doing. Sebab we must create this kind of support structure, support suppliers and such, supaya kita boleh manage. If we are not managing this, orang lain yang manage. Actually, we are being managed by outsiders. So, particularly housing, you can see harga rumah naik. Why? Because we are not managing it ourselves. Other people are managing it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rizal. All right, let's go back to Elvis now. Now we talked about housing, we talked about technologies, and obviously this is spearheaded by the youths. And we're very lucky here in Sabah. There are plenty of young entrepreneurs, and that's what you advocate for in your network. Perhaps you'd like to share with us the role that you see our young entrepreneurs play in Sabah's future economy. What support systems are necessary to foster innovation and business growth right here in Sabah?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the support system you mentioned about, especially for young people or young business people, because they are the one who are in the field now, or they're creating more jobs and also to expand the economy. And the support system, I think one thing we mentioned about when I was doing my master's in UK, so when the first thing we come to draft a business proposal, they always do a market research. I think the data about the market is very important. 15 years ago, when we started a business here, the data was not that much. So we need to spend a lot of time on market research. I think now a portal with data, I think that is very helpful to business expansion and to convince investors as well. And one thing I think very important for entrepreneurs or business people is the financial knowledge, how to attract investors, or how the banks evaluate the business value so you can get more financial support, how to pitch your business ideas. I think this is, I involved in the pitching. I think I'm the first batch of the pitching competition. I'm honored to be one of the winner that time. That was 15 years ago. And that is for startup. But the thing is, giving money is one of the easy or more straightforward things. But a lot of startups not only needing funding is one thing, but connections and a lot of things. I think most important is the mindset. Some of them, they keep the ideas to themselves. They don't even realize, okay, if I share this, I will pitch it, someone will steal the idea. I think for nowadays, you can search for any ideas through your phone. You can come up with 100 ideas. If not enough, with the AI, ChatGPT, within 5 minutes, you can come up with a business proposal, right? So now it's about how we relate to, I think important is, one of the things we have is the natural resources to tap into. When you talk about investors, I mean, we have come investors from China, from US, ASEAN Council, even from Europeans. When they talk about Sabah, they're so amazed with the natural resources that we preserve, one of the best in the world. When they come here and say, oh, I think you talk about the forest and the natural, I think the blue economic, I think is a right timing, because that is the things, no matter how much you invest, you cannot create another ocean with full of seafood. Right? That is a natural things we already have. Now is how to tap into these opportunities. I think one of the things for the Sabah Maju Jaya plan, I think we're amazed is I did not only talk about that, but it's an international conference going to happen in September. I think that is a glad thing that we see that, because I'm coming from Sanakan. So where's the place people come for seafood? They come for two things, either for orang-utan or for the seafood. So now, if you put that into, then you can benefit the whole Sabah in a row. And previously, young people will think all this industry like blue oceans, palm oils. You know, my parents will say, okay, try to study hard so you can work in IT, work in the office with aircon. But now, actually, business like agriculture, blue economic, and this is the business that Sabah have the advantage of, and we always encourage our young people. And not only that, oil and gas as well. We just have a collaborations activity with Sabah Oil and Gas Council. They share about so much opportunity.
Yang memang kena offer dari Form 1 sampai Form 5 bukan hanya selected schools, tapi semua sekolah pun kena ada juga subjek ni. Sebab sekarang ni kalau mau belajar coding, dulu-dululah orang mungkin when you masuk universiti baru kau boleh belajar coding dan sebagainya. Tapi sebenarnya lebih awal kita dedahkan kanak-kanak kepada coding, lebih mudah sebenarnya untuk diorang belajar. Sama macam English lah. Lagi awal kita ajar diorang a new language, lagi mudah untuk diorang fluent in that language. Tapi saya faham juga lah macam Ben cakap tadi kan, kalau sekolah ni it's under federal. But kalau di Sabah punya konteks, how do we make sure that kita punya pelajar-pelajar di sekolah tu tidak ketinggalan? So one thing yang we can do is actually we can try to introduce after school program di mana kelas-kelas ataupun klub-klub coding ni kita boleh wujudkan di sekolah-sekolah yang di sekolah bukan saja tertentu lah, tapi di mana yang ada kesempatan. Kalau di KK mudah sebab kebanyakannya akses kepada internet, akses kepada komputer dan sebagainya tu memang luas. Tapi kalau kita fikir balik, macam mana kita mau make sure juga pelajar-pelajar sekolah kita yang di pedalaman tu pun ada pendedahan awal untuk coding. So I think this one I want to kasih apa juga. Kalau macam di Tenom, ada satu ni, Tenom Innovation Center. Have you heard of them? Yeah. So Tenom Innovation Center ni adalah inisiatif daripada guru-guru di, kalau tidak silap saya, dia start di SMJK Chunghua. So what they do is they provide a space not only for the students from that school, but surrounding sekolah sana juga untuk come to the school after habis sekolah, kan, sebelah petang tu, untuk belajar robotics, belajar coding. Then they didn't start with a lot of funding. Ini semua started from guru-guru yang come together, kasih keluar dorang punya funding sendiri, just to, and communities yang donate, sumbangkan, use laptops, use computers for the students to use. So that's how we can start, not only from the city juga, tapi from the rural area. So that's the most important, I think. But again, at the same time, if possible, we also have to make sure kalau kita di mana-mana yang ada kesempatan, di mana-mana yang kita boleh sebenarnya untuk make sure sekolah-sekolah kita ni equip with the facility lah, kan? So kalau ini saya mau ada mention sikit lah, sebab during COVID we realize a lot of students, especially in rural areas, diorang ketinggalan sudah because there's no internet, apatah lagi device to use. But masa tu memang kita okay, tidak, kita punya respon untuk solve ini problem masa tu agak, yalah, sebab kita it's pandemic ni, it was a new thing, kan. So lama-lama kita belajar, and then sekarang ni especially bila sudah ada Starlink, kalau ada Sabahnet daripada sini, yang itu memang very very grateful to Sabahnet, diorang punya inisiatif. Oh ada, hi. Diorang punya inisiatif yang provide Starlink di rural areas, di sekolah-sekolah, to make sure the kampung, the community dekat pedalaman tu pun ada internet. So we started from there, kan. Bila kita ada internet, and then the next thing that we should be doing is to, okay, ada sudah internet, then you must provide them with devices lah. And then daripada sana, bila sudah ada device, ada internet, the world in their fingers sudah bah. So resources to learn coding, STEM and sebagainya sangat-sangat banyak. So yeah, I think we have to start from there, and Sabahnet, thank you for starting the initiative. And satu lagi, saya mau cakap juga, KSTI pun sebenarnya diorang ada e-desa. Saya difahamkan oleh kawan kita daripada Sabahnet yang kita ada 31 e-desa seluruh Sabah, dan 17 daripada e-desa tu sudah di-upgrade dengan internet facility yang tinggi. Itu yang jadi bukan saja limited kepada sekolah, tapi bila kita sudah ada satu pusat e-desa, satu pusat community yang boleh bagi peluang kepada orang kampung di sekitar untuk go and learn something, because the facility is already there. Tiada sebab, tiada alasan untuk kau tidak upskill yourself, learn something, not only about coding for the students, but for macam how do you digitalize your business. Kalau kau micro business owner from rural community, you use that to actually be competitive in the today's market, contohnya. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Faizra. All right, let's go to Rizal. Rizal, when we talk about technologies, innovation, obviously we will talk about human capital, pembangunan insaniah dan modal insan. So there's no point of us talking about the betterment of the future without actually talking about the future of work, trying to, as Faizra mentioned, upskilling and making sure that we are prepared for what is ahead. And we talk about education, and I like to ask you this question. When we talk about critical skills that a professional needs to have right now, obviously they have a certain skill set right now. In writing on what Dato' Rosmadi says, we don't want to be trapped in the 60s with a certain skill set. What would be, perhaps, in your opinion, a set of critical skills that we as professionals, we in the civil service will need to have to remain relevant in the future job market? and to ensure that Sabah propels ahead?
Propels ahead. Ke depan. Okay, I think before I answer you, I just want to share lah dengan the audience here. Since we are referring to the Back to the Future movie lah. So I assume that most of you have seen it. So I'm referring to Back to the Future 2. So try to recall lah, pandai-pandai lah. Kalau siapa yang berumur tu, tanyalah yang muda-muda di sebelah tu. Okay, there's one particular plot in Back to the Future 2. This the orang jahat lah, the future beef. Yang lawan si Marty. So this future beef dia sudah tua. And on that particular era, dia ni jadi tukang kulit saja. Tukang angkat barang macam ni lah. Not yang orang bilang higher ranking. He was at that particular stage. So one day, dia ternampak si Marty, Back to the Future punya hero, datang dengan dia punya DeLorean, sampai, and then, kenapa ada dua Marty? Then he realised, this is daripada future atau daripada past. And then he realised, si Marty is helping the future Marty to make a better life for himself. Dan di situ, si future beef, yang so-called to be orang jahat ini, then he realized, hey, this is an opportunity. I can see a car. This car can bring me back when in the past, di mana I can actually help my old self. So you know what he did? Dia ada satu buku. That buku was known as the Spot Almanac. You know what is a Spot Almanac? That Spot Almanac adalah result kepada semua sports activities in the US. Siapa menang, siapa kalah, apa semua. Dia ada that Sports Almanac. So, dengan tuak-tuak dia, dengan tongkat-tongkat dia, dia curi-curi, masuk dalam DeLorean. He went back, sampai kepada younger beef. Ini beef tu nama dia lah. So, dia cakap dengan, he managed to meet up dengan si old beef, the younger beef. Si younger beef tidak percaya, ni tambirang saja kau ni. Tapi dia bilang, tidak percaya, tidak apa. You take this Sports Almanac. So, dia ambil. So, dipendekkan cerita, this younger beef, bila dia baca Sports Almanac, he realised dia ada result kepada semua aktiviti sukan that will happen. So, you know what he did? He put bets. Dia tikam-tikam, tapi dia sudah tahu dia punya result. Ended up, dia jadi orang paling kaya in the future. So, he changed. Now, my point here is simple. This old beef, when he spots opportunity, apa dia buat? He adapt himself, he know he can change. Bila dia nampak kereta tu, he doesn't know how to operate the car. He took the chance, masuk saja, and then, okay, I must change my future. By doing what? By going back, and then I tell my old self, bukan old self lah, younger self, you need to do this. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if we have that capability, do you think that will be very good? I think apa yang Dato' Rusmadi mentioned is actually that. If we can tell our younger self, hey, sekarang ni kan, I should have done that 30 years ago, which was in the 60s. Dato' 60 years ago was almost like, 70, 60 years ago? That's a lot of time. So my point here is simple actually. Number one, when you're talking about skill, actually it doesn't refer to the professionals, all of us. Adaptability. We must adapt. Because trend, hari ni, just when I was younger, my dad was wearing high platform shoes, seluar berkibar, sapu-sapu. I think Dato' Rusmadi, I think dalam kau punya closet ada lagi tu kan baju-baju tu. So, my father said, oi pakai ni, inilah trend paling handsome. You'll be the handsomest guy in the kampung. So, sorry Pak, I think orang sekarang tidak lagi pakai seluar kibar-kibar. Semua suruh pakai seluar tight. Now, I'm talking about trends. Trends, fashions will change. But are we able to adapt or not? So for the professionals, for example now, I think one of the recent thing about AI. If you read in the news, AI can take your jobs. I think in the news, do you realize that they have listed kerja-kerja yang mungkin akan pupus. Pupus macam dinosaur. So, if you are not adaptable like dinosaur, you know why dinosaur pupus? Because they cannot adapt. Same with us. So, we as a professionals, we must be able to adapt. Whatever new skills, whatever new knowledge, whatever guideline trends, we must take it, learn it, and then make it as part of our knowledge supaya we can bersaing, we can compete, we can provide better service. Because as you know, kita Sabahan ni kan terlampau baik bah. Bila kita terlampau baik, bila orang luar masuk, we receive them with open arms. So bila kita orang masuk, kau duduk diam-diam saja. You know what I'm referring to? Macam Alibaba. Alibaba is a very good example of you are too comfortable. Macam Datuk Rosmadi said, you are too comfortable with your position. You are not adapting. So with the younger generations, with the younger professionals, the point that they must take up and then put it into their inner self is adaptability. Whatever change, 30 years from now, 50 years from now, if they have that mindset, no matter come, hujan ka, ribut ka, taufan ka, lanina ka, lanino, they will adapt. Because this will build kita punya integrity dan jati diri. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rizal. Very passionate right there. Bolehkah kita kasih naik balik itu Slido, kita punya jawapan-jawapan daripada kita punya audience hari ini. Dan let's do in this next final 19 minutes that we have. Dan kepada anda, di hadapan kerusi anda ada QR code. Mungkin ada di antara anda yang ingin mengajukan soalan, mungkin malu mau naik pergi mikrofon untuk tanya, it's okay, boleh scan saja QR code tersebut dan tanya soalan dari di sana. Dan kalau ada soalan nanti bolehlah kita letakkan di skrin di hadapan ini untuk kita ajukan kembali kepada kita punya panelis. Tetapi kalau anda berani kerana Sabah ingin maju dan jaya, we need to hear your voices from the civil service and also from our GLCs. I would love to see your faces, and I'm sure our panelists would love to see you in front of the microphone, and hopefully you'll be able to ask a question. Let's get into a general discussion here. Elvis, Faizra, and also Rizal, as we can see here, these are the responses from our audience today. Aspirations, ideas, words, to answer the question, what is your wish for the future of Sabah? And I'm sure you all as professionals, you have your own aspirations, you have your own ideas of what your hopes are for Sabah as we propel forward. SMJ 2.0 hopefully will begin 2025 to 2030. What do you aspire? What do you envision? And hopefully the points that you will make here on stage, our secretariat will be able to list them down, memurnikannya lagi di masa yang akan datang sebelum pergi ke kabinet. And perhaps you three as our professionals here would like to provide your visions for Sabah Maju Jaya 2.0 in terms of economic development, technological advancement, societal well-being. I'll leave it to you. Perhaps we'll start with Elvis. 3 minutes for you. What are your aspirations for SMJ 2.0?
Thank you for the questions.
Dia kena fikir sekejap.
I think looking at the feedbacks, you can see that I think a very interactive sessions that we receive a lot of questions on this, what they wish. I think one thing is, in CB always said, it's easy to complain and wish. It's easy to complain that when you look at all the, if you, when I talk to the council in Sarakan and different part, right? When you talk to the presidents, they say, yeah, if 2% not done well, people will focus on the 2%, but they forget about the 98% that we have worked so hard for. So, and for us, we're thinking about all the challenges and for entrepreneurs, we always see it as opportunities. That means there are so much opportunities that we have in Sabah to grow, from infrastructures and all this. That is and also it's very important, like the plan of Sabah Maju Jaya, because you need to have a plan ahead. Then only you know what kind of infrastructure you need to build towards the plan. I think not every country is like China can put a lot of investment on the infrastructure first. Of course, they have a big blueprint first. Then only they start to build the connectivities. And I think Sabah, is heading towards this. And I think now is a part that how to transform more information to the industrial players. What is the plan? So they can align their business direction according to the plan, or even then come in to say, okay, this is what we have, how we can work, collaborate with the government side or even to the foreign investor to make it better for Sabah. And also one thing is very important to open up the mindset that how we collaborate or leverage on the resources outside of Sabah. Okay. How some city grows so fast like Dubai, if they only rely on their own resources and the people might not be grow so fast for the past 20 years. I think one thing is we should benchmark one of the best practices in the world, like how Singapore did it, but we cannot do 100% like Singapore because geographically and a lot of things are different. But we can learn from different parts, like Singapore, Dubai, or certain part of China. Cannot put to all China, but certain cities or towns of China. And then that's how we can implement to Sabah. I think that's one thing we wish we can, of course, we wish we can contribute more into the Sabah Maju Jaya 2.0 if we coming time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elvis, for those constructive suggestions. Faizra, as a youth of Sabah, already contributing in the field of digitalization and also coding and whatnot, as you see the responses that we have in front here, how do you envision SMJ 2.0?
Okay, kalau saya lah kan, ini wishlist lah Bani kan. So kalau saya, I want to see more economic diversity in Sabah. We are, maybe I'm wrong, but the way, from where I'm looking, we are too focused on just one industry, yaitu tourism. And we are slowly going towards agriculture as well. Tapi kalau boleh, because I'm from the tech background, jadi if possible, I want to see Sabah to focus more on tech and digital. Why I'm saying this? So at Elevate Academy, what we do, not only we train talents so that we can supply the digital talents to the industry, tapi juga we are working hard to promote Sabah as a possible digital hub destination. What I mean by this? So if you look at Philippines ataupun Vietnam, they are very successful in terms of apa ni diorang punya, and India, diorang punya tech talents. Apa yang diorang buat adalah diorang jadikan itu industri sebagai satu outsourcing hub. Maksudnya projek-projek software daripada seluruh negara, diorang bawa pergi India, pergi Vietnam, pergi Philippines, and with the talents that they have, they bring in projects, software projects to the countries, and that's apa ni contributing to the economy as well. So that's what we want to do. Kalau macam kami Elevate, we train talents, and it's not my goal to actually send our talents elsewhere, keluar daripada Sabah, because that will be contributing to the brain drain issue. So what I want is to train talents and make sure that they stay in Sabah. Tapi the problem yang kita ada di Sabah ni juga is job opportunities are not enough. Kalau ada pun, the pay is not comparable to the Semenanjung side. So yalah macam apa ni Elvis bilang, instead of complaining, we are trying to provide solutions juga by from our ni lah point of view as industry player. So we are not only, so apa yang kami buat ni macam chicken and eggs punya benda lah. So we try to nurture more talents, but we also want to make sure yang ada projects, ada datang ke Sabah. So itu satu. So kalau boleh, benda ni again, industri sahaja tidak akan boleh berjaya kalau tiada support from the government. So we have to work together. We can no longer work in silo and things like that. Itu satu. Kedua, by trying to promote Sabah as a possible digital hub destination, we can also encourage more foreign companies to come in and set up shops in Sabah. Yes, we have Kibings and semua tu, but that one is from the industry side. Tapi we also have to try to get technology companies to set up diorang punya branches in here, dan juga we do what we can to bring in venture capitalists so that we can invest in our tech startups in Sabah. So selain daripada wishlist, saya juga mau promote sikit. We are collaborating with KSTI to actually organize Borneo International Tech Summit this November. Sabah is one of our partner. So it's a 2-day conference. What we aim to do is we want to bring as many speakers from Estonia. We have one from Estonia and a few others from Indonesia and Singapore to share their orang punya knowledge and insights. And also we are hoping to get more venture capitalists to come in and to see what Sabah can do, what can the how to say this apa tu? So we collaborate with Sabah companies dan juga hopefully if we can get investors, we can build more tech startups in Sabah. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Faizra. Rizal, real quick, your aspirations for SMJ 2.0.
Semangat ni Ben.
I noticed that there are a lot of people who found our Q&A link in Slido. Very smart, and we are definitely going to cover as many questions as possible, including the first one, is it true lapangan kapal terbang akan kena pindah? I have an answer for that. So, Rizal, SMJ 2.0.
Okay. So, I think I would like to take this opportunity to actually, all this while we are talking about what can the government do for us. Right. So as the president of Sabah Professional Council, we want to propose to the government, maybe through SMJ, that to have one-stop center professionals, one-stop center for professionals. Okay, there are two angles of it. One, because we realize when investors coming in, orang teraba-raba, mencari-cari. Apa yang saya mau buat, apa mau buat. So they go to Sabah Invest and as such, but they are on the government agency level. So what they need is another level who can actually advise them what is going on the ground. Orang bilang cerita-cerita yang tiada dalam buku. Because this kind of information is very important. Jadi if we have this one-stop center, they can come in, they let us know what you need, then we assign them the relevant professionals. That is one. Number two, we want to contribute back to the community. Because from my experience, buat projek, especially di kampung-kampung apa semua, I realize kebanyakan projek apa semua is based on needs. Bila jadi baru buat, bila berlubang baru tampal, bila runtuh baru buat. And then even macam infrastructure, internet, orang bising-bising baru tarik internet. Now, I think as an entity which we have all this knowledge, we can actually assist the government. Contohnya, we can take one kampung. We offer our knowledge and capability. Why don't kita buat satu master plan lengkap dengan infrastructure planning, economic planning, community planning, semua social planning in one buku. Bukan lagi orang bilang you do that master planning tapi on one angle. Macam contohnya buat drainage master plan. Of course they buat di drainage master plan. But if you have all those necessary experts, professionals, we can sit down. Contohnya, paling senanglah ambillah satu kampung, because kampung is manageable, to actually plan it accordingly, supaya whatever the necessary funding and budgeting, kita boleh guna dia as good as possible. Not on bila jadi baru buat. So I think this is the few things as professionals, which I think we can contribute back to the government. I think hari tu Tuan Ramli ada mention, to assist on the blue economy punya things. I think we are more than happy to assist. Thank you.
There we have it. We have about 8 minutes left into our session, and I usually like to use the Q&A as the bridge between our panelists and also to you, our audience. So let's go ahead and answer some of these questions here. Is it true lapangan kapal terbang akan kena change? Saya rasa dalam media banyak sudah kena bagi tahu that idea has been scrapped, and in the spirit of practicing media literacy, I hope that we also pay attention to what's in the media as well. Banyak benda-benda yang dari segi kemajuan Sabah, despite all the noise that is out there, I think we should also highlight many positives that we have throughout the past 3 years of the realization of SMJ 1.0. All right, the next one here. Peluang anak muda Sabah tidak sama dengan anak muda di Semenanjung Malaysia. A common fact. Apakah tindakan yang boleh diambil agar anak muda Sabah setaraf dengan Semenanjung? I'll leave it to the three to choose who would like to answer this.
Okay. Opportunities, peluang, it is very organic. Sebab kenapa organic? It goes all the levels daripada paling bawah sampai paling atas. It's a chain. If you don't have that catalyst, you don't have the chain. That's why we are sitting here. I think like Sibyl, for example, they are the younger people. They are starting out from the asas. They come up with a business model, they come up with an idea, and then how to kembang. From that kembang there, then they will definitely will need people to fill up their business model. So, of course, on that particular sense, opportunities will be there. On the same token pula, on the professional levels, there are needs, basically needs. And then dia bukan, you must have an AR, you must have an IR or SR, not necessary. Because professionals ni, dia ada banyak level. Even like in UK, you can be a certified bricklayer, for example. And do you know how much they get paid? Unfortunately, macam orang-orang muda kita ni kan, dia tengok macam tampal batak ni kerja buruh. Kerja with all due respect PTI. But if you want to go another level, advanced country punya mindset, all this is actually can be very, very lucrative. Cuma daripada segi exposure, daripada segi sokongan, I think that is where all parties have to provide the necessary input. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rizal. Faizra, I have several questions here which I think touches on one particular theme that is employability. Alright, so ada yang tanya apa langkah kerajaan untuk memastikan lepasan IPT mendapat pekerjaan yang selayaknya. Discussion involves around STEM. How can we encourage the youth to be involved in these areas? And another question is, what are the practical solutions to address dilemma on the youth and tech advancements opportunities can go along together in employability? I know many questions, but I think it's leading towards one particular answer.
Okay, so ada juga saya nampak tadi what the government should do to ensure human capital can adapt to AI dan sebagainya. So saya cuma mau pastikan semua orang aware yang ada banyak kursus-kursus yang ditawarkan not only from jabatan-jabatan kerajaan tapi juga di private sectors pun ada banyak kursus-kursus dan latihan-latihan untuk memastikan talent-talent kita, anak-anak muda berupaya untuk upskill themselves to make sure they remain competitive in the job market. Yang itu satu. Tapi kedua, ini teguran sikit lah. Sebab what I see the pattern in Sabah, we only depend solely on, okay, the course is free from the government and things like that. But the moment we charge, because I'm coming from the training provider punya perspective, but the moment the courses is charged, nobody wants to come. So you have to change your mindset first. If you want to remain competitive in the job market, especially with AI semua sekarang ni, you have to be willing to invest to upskill yourself. So that is one. So dia memang dua-dua orang pun you need apa to play the tango, something like that. So government have to make sure that kursus-kursus yang ditawarkan adalah kursus-kursus yang in the job market yang there's demand for that. But sebagai anak muda, you also have to change mindset. If you want to learn something, if you want to remain competitive, you also have to change mindset. Invest in your own peningkatan kemahiran. Yeah.
All right, we have only 2 minutes left. I think I will present our final question of the day to close. Your final thoughts, Elvis.
All right, first of all, I think you're talking about peluang, opportunities. I spent 7 years in KL. So actually I see more opportunities and more support from Sabah state governments compared to when I was in KL. I mean, for them, the whole Semenanjung are fighting for resources from Putrajaya or from very minimum support from the state. Which I see Sabah, is working very hard on this. Just that maybe a lot of people have no access to the information or the channel are not reaching to them. Like they are not reading through newspaper nowadays, but they're more on TikTok or different medium. I think one thing is we should make it more entertainment. The information should be more entertainment so they can easy to absorb within less than 1 minute. Because all TikTok video talk about 30 seconds, 15 seconds to catch your attention. I think this is one thing, like how I know the issue about Semenanjung now is they have talk show. If they talk about, they should have debate about what is the pros and cons of moving the airport, so people know, okay, what is the reason the governments are putting policy or have consideration on this. Then people have not more aware of the pros and cons. They will think critically instead of just complaining and say, wow, so far I have to travel 15 minutes. I think there's always a good and bad side of each policy. There's no perfect policy or plan in the world. Right? So we have to let them know why is the rationale behind all this plan so they can understand instead of just showing some viral videos around. Right? And I think this thank you a lot because CBO get to work with a lot of agency like Invest Sabah. So we have Invest Sabah CEO here. Thank you for supporting CBO a lot. Yes, I think more agency we wish to work with in future so we can have better understanding so we can convey the message to some of the industrial leaders and also the young people. Okay, and also Sabah Youth Council. Mr. Wilson is here as well. So we are bringing more minds, meetings and conventions because thank you to the infrastructure of SICC. 10 years ago, there was no this. I think we are not able to beat some international conference or events to be here, but now we can. Of course, it will be better if we have a hotel next to it, so we can even host more comprehensive convention and conference here because this is an important idea generations and networking platforms to have conference because we can have Zoom meeting all around the world, but the face-to-face meeting and the forums like today is very important because the relationship we build. Like thank you to Tuan Ramli because that day at one of the event of Invest Sabah with US and ASEAN, so we sit next to each other. Then we have opportunity to communicate more. Then we come to today session. I think we wish to have more session like this in future and try to tap into us, Sibyl, more than 200 young people. And if you recommend to us, we will very open to collaborate with any agencies here and also any NGOs here. Thank you.
Elvis Liu, everyone. Thank you so much, Elvis. I think we'll do Rizal first, and then we'll close with Faizra. Your closing thoughts today.
Ini macam ladies last ni. Yes, simple. As professionals, I want to contribute back to my beloved state. With my knowledge, with our capability, with our expertise, we want to be more inclusive with regards to structuring of your master plan, of your working program. To be frank, apa ni, Tuan Ramli, we don't want to be just a stamping body. When you call us, hujung-hujung, okay, ada sudah engaged. No, we want to be more involved because we believe we can contribute more. So from there, I think in terms of ideas, in terms of inputs, I think it will be more conclusive and comprehensive. Thank you.
Faizra, closing thoughts.
So I echoed both the panelists, what they have shared. Sebagai rakyat Sabah, we all have a role to play. So in your position, whatever you can do, try to contribute back to Sabah. And if you have any feedback issues, I know it's very easy to share things on social media, but make sure it's on the right channels. And this is also what I do sometimes. I always try to get to the right people to channel my feedbacks and things like that. So because why? We all want the best for Sabah. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm round of applause to Elvis. Oh, Elvis wants to add something. All right, real quick, Elvis.
Yes,
they're chasing us out already.
2 more upcoming events I would like to promote. One is by August, which we're going to host it 8th of August in SICC, a CEO masterclass, because we believe networking and continue learning is important. So we held here. And also, I think October, we JCI, Junior Chamber International, are hosting a convention in here and KDCA as well. I think we thank you for all the support and we wish we can get more support and collaboration with the agencies and also the NGOs here. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give a warm round of applause. And ladies and gentlemen, to close our session today, I truly hope that there are nuggets of information that you are able to get from Elvis, from Faizra, and also from Rizal. My hope is in any sessions that I moderate that you'll be able to get in touch with the 3 of them, our panelists. I think that's the whole reason why we're doing a session like this is for us to listen and exchange ideas, and most importantly, to reach out the hand, to shake each other's hand, and also to be able to collaborate in the future. Kalau Sabah ni mau jadi maju dan jaya, janganlah kita kerja seorang diri sahaja ataupun work in silos. But I think to have a Sabah that is prosperous, that is advanced, that we're able to collaborate and share ideas and work together for a better future. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ben. Thank you so much for being with us in today's session. I will play a very small role at the upcoming Sabah Blue Economy Convention. What is that little role? I'm not sure. We'll find out on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of September. I truly hope to see you there. Thank you so much. Back to our wonderful MC.
Thank you Mr. Ben, and mohon Tuan Moderator dan barisan panel-panel untuk kekal berada di atas pentas. Dijemput yang berbahagia Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi Datuk Sulai untuk naik ke atas pentas bagi penyampaian cendera kenangan kepada moderator dan panel-panel kita.
The young people, we wish to have a Wi-Fi. So to send, okay, maybe you can.
Baiklah, dijemput Encik Ben Uzar untuk menerima cendera kenangan daripada Ketua Pegawai Penyelaras Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya. Dijemput Encik Ben Uzar untuk menerima cendera kenangan daripada Ketua Pegawai Penyelaras Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya. Seterusnya dijemput panel pertama kita, Tuan Elvis Lu. Dijemput panel kedua kita, Puan Faizra Rizalman. Dan panel ketiga kita, Tuan Arkitek Rizal Ahmad Banjar. Mohon yang berbahagia Datuk, Tuan dan Puan-Puan untuk maju ke hadapan bagi sesi bergambar. Yang berbahagia Datuk, Tuan-Tuan dan Puan dipersilakan untuk kembali ke tempat masing-masing. Baiklah hadirin sekalian, tanpa melengahkan masa, kita akan teruskan sesi forum interaktif kita yang kedua bertajuk Komunikasi Strategik Mencorakkan Persepsi Awam Terhadap Kerajaan. Dan izinkan saya memperkenalkan moderator kita pada sesi forum interaktif ini. Merupakan seorang pakar strategi komunikasi yang berpengalaman dengan kerjaya cemerlang dalam sektor kerajaan dan korporat. Turut mempunyai pengalaman sebagai setiausaha akbar kepada Menteri Luar Negeri, beliau menguruskan penglibatan diplomatik berprofil tinggi dan komunikasi krisis termasuk semasa sidang kemuncak ASEAN 2015 dan tragedi MH17 serta MH370. Dalam sektor korporat, beliau memimpin komunikasi di Islamic Financial Services Board dan berkhidmat sebagai Naib Presiden Kanan Komunikasi Korporat Kumpulan di Mara Corporation Sendirian Berhad. Sebagai pengarah eksekutif di International Strategy Institute, beliau memajukan pertumbuhan sosioekonomi serantau melalui dialog dan inisiatif penyelidikan. Kini bertugas sebagai Ketua Pegawai Komunikasi Invest Sabah Berhad. Hadirin sekalian dipersilakan Yang Mulia Cik Puan Datin Nirvana Jaligalni.
Yang berbahagia, Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi, Datuk Sulai, Ketua Pegawai Peneras Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya. Yang berusaha, Tuan Ramli bin Karya, Ketua Pegawai Operasi Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya. Yang berbahagia, Datuk-Datuk, Datin, Tuan-Tuan, Puan-Puan dan para hadirin sekalian. Selamat Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Salam Malaysia Madani. Salam Sabah Maju Jaya. Pada semua peserta Forum Hala Tuju Sabah Maju Jaya, Pelan Pembangunan SMJ 2.0 Back to the Future. Saya, Nirvana Jalgani daripada Invest Sabah Berhad, akan menjadi moderator pada sesi kali ini, iaitu dengan topik komunikasi strategik mencorakkan persepsi awam terhadap kerajaan yang amat relevan untuk memahami bagaimana strategi komunikasi yang berkesan dapat membentuk pandangan positif rakyat terhadap pembangunan Sabah. Hadirin sekalian, kajian menunjukkan bahawa 90% rakyat lebih cenderung untuk menyokong polisi kerajaan jika mereka dimaklumkan dengan baik tentang polisi tersebut. Penggunaan media sosial semakin meningkat dan menjadi saluran utama untuk mendapatkan maklumat dan menyuarakan pendapat. Tujuan sesi kita pada kali ini adalah untuk memahami bagaimana kerajaan dan rakyat Sabah boleh bersedia menghadapi cabaran dan peluang dalam era digital ini melalui komunikasi strategik yang berkesan. Hari ini kita beruntung kerana diiringi oleh panelis-panelis yang berpengalaman dan berbakat dalam bidang mereka. Dengan tidak melengahkan masa lagi, izinkan saya untuk menjemput ahli panelis kita pada hari ini. Jadi yang kita jemput, yang pertama dijemput ke atas stage. Puan Mun Liu daripada pengurus jualan W Media, silakan. Panel kita yang kedua, Profesor Madya Dr. Lee Kwok Tiong, pensyarah Fakulti Sains Sosial dan Kemanusiaan, Universiti Malaysia Sabah. Ahli panel ketiga kita, Tuan Eddie Rizam bin Kasim, penolong pengarah cawangan kempen bahagian perkhidmatan komunikasi dan pembangunan masyarakat Jabatan Penerangan Sabah. Dan panel keempat, Tuan Jason Edgar de los Santos, senior journalist The Vibes. Hadirin sekalian, sebelum kita mulakan sesi, first of all I'd like to minta izin untuk bercakap kurang formal dan kata orang bercampur bahasa Melayu dengan bahasa Inggeris. I hope that's fine, and also because this is my first time actually moderating a session, so I do apologize if there's any kesilapan for the time being. Right, so sebelum saya mulakan sesi, I think the first thing that we'd like to do, and I'd like to do, is perkenalkan ahli-ahli panel kita dengan their own words. So without further ado, can I ask Puan Moon, please, to introduce yourself to the members?
Hi. Hello. Salam sejahtera. Thank you for inviting me as a panelist today. I'm Moon. Okay, I'm the ex-top 1 Malaysia broadcast sales manager before. So now I own my own private company. Okay, it's a media agency. So what I do on my role will be like I help client to consult, okay, do the media planning, what they need. Okay, so this all my job will be do daily lah with the clients. So more on like consulting, do planning, and then see what client needs for their marketing plan. So I will work for it.
Right, thank you very much Puan Moon. Dan ahli panelis kita yang kedua, profesor yang tidak asing lagi di Sabah. Mohon untuk perkenalkan diri, Profesor.
Testing. Terima kasih kepada moderator, Datin, Nirwana. Betul kan? Nama,
betul, panggil Nirwana saja.
Okay, terima kasih. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera kepada Datuk Rosmadi, Datuk-Datuk, Doktor-Doktor, Tuan-Tuan dan Puan-Puan sekalian. Nama saya Lee dari, izinkan saya perkenal saya dari Universiti Malaysia Sabah. 17 Jun 2024 merupakan ulang tahun ke-20 saya bekerja sebagai lecturer di UMS. Dan first time saya sampai ke Sabah adalah 1997 as UMS punya student. Okay, I'm UMS punya third batch student, konvo kedua. So lebih daripada separuh hayat saya di Sabah. So saya boleh nampak perubahan-perubahan yang berlaku di Sabah. Dan anak saya pun dibesarkan di Sabah. Okay, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Profesor. Baik, kita ke ahli panel kita yang tiga, yang tidak asing juga. Tuan Erdi, sila perkenalkan diri.
Terima kasih Puan Moderator. Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi. Salam Malaysia Madani dan juga salam Sabah Maju Jaya. Terima kasih kepada Urus Setia dan juga Datuk dan rakan-rakan dan pasukan menjemput saya lah untuk kita bincangkan, kita kupaskan berkenaan naratif dan komunikasi sebab komunikasi ini sangat penting untuk menyampaikan satu message ke lapisan ataupun sasaran yang kita inginkan. So nanti kita akan bincangkan lah. Itulah. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Tuan Edi dan seterusnya ahli panelis kita yang keempat, Encik Jason.
Thank you Datin. Good morning Datuk, Datin dan Puan-Puan. My name is Jason. I've been a journalist for about 20 years. Kalau bermula daripada New Sabah Times, and then I went on to Daily Express, and then I went on to The Malaysian Insight, and then Free Malaysia Today, and now currently with The Vibes. I think that's about it lah.
Baik, terima kasih banyak-banyak. Sebelum saya memulakan sesi ini, saya ingin menarik perhatian kepada satu cerita yang mungkin ramai di antara kita sudah tahu. Ia adalah cerita mengenai kejayaan jenama antarabangsa Nike dan Apple dalam branding strategi. Now, dikatakan Nike dalam strategi komunikasi dan pemasaran tidak pernah sekalipun menjual kasut atau mana-mana produk sukan ya, mereka. Sebaliknya, apa yang mereka jual ialah kisah kecemerlangan manusia. Keinginan untuk mencapai kecemerlangan sudah pasti ada di dalam diri kita semua dan pastinya dalam Nike atau agensi PR yang mereka bayar berjuta dolar amat pandai menyentuh hingga jenama Nike menjadi sinonim dan juga jenama Apple dalam kehidupan kita seharian. Ya, Apple pula dorang gunakan strategi sama untuk menaklukki dunia. Untuk pengetahuan para hadirin, sebenarnya Nike tidak pernah directly menjual kasut. Kalau kira advertisement mereka, semua berkaitan dengan penjualan lifestyle, kehidupan. Ya. Namun, bila kita tengok tu, banyak jenama lain yang terbukti setaraf dengan Nike atau Apple dari segi kualiti, tapi tidak dapat mencapai tahap kejayaan seperti dua jenama tersebut. Dengan kata lain, walaupun bagus mana sesuatu produk, jika penyampaian lemah, produk itu tidak akan ke mana. Baiklah, komunikasi strategik, hadirin, kita merupakan aspek penting dalam memastikan rakyat memahami dan menyokong inisiatif kerajaan. Ini bukan sahaja tentang menyampaikan maklumat, tetapi juga tentang mencipta persepsi yang positif dan memupuk kepercayaan. Kekuatan pendekatan itu adalah penekanannya pada strategi dan bukannya taktik tertentu serta tumpuan pada komunikasi yang difahami secara holistik. Pendekatan ini tuan-tuan dan puan-puan amatlah berharga memandangkan semakin sukar bagi pihak kerajaan dalam membezakan antara aktiviti komunikasi yang sewajarnya dimiliki oleh pelbagai kumpulan berfungsi. Ya. Selanjutnya, peningkatan kerumitan masyarakat digital global telah mencabar keupayaan kerajaan untuk melibatkan diri dalam perancangan strategik jangka masa panjang. Fokus perbincangan kita ya ahli panel dan juga para hadirin pada kali ini mungkin izinkan saya adalah untuk kita tengok pada asasnya bagaimana rancangan pembangunan Sabah Maju Jaya boleh menjadi visi dan kebanggaan bersama di kalangan semua rakyat Sabah. Jelas sekali ini memerlukan strategi komunikasi yang baik dan berkesan. Baiklah, jadi dengan itu saya ingin utarakan satu soalan yang mana-mana panel boleh berkongsi pendapat ataupun semua. Sebelum kita pergi dan mengupas beberapa soalan cepu mas kata orang, izinkan saya untuk menjemput ahli-ahli panel kita untuk berkongsi pendapat mereka tentang istilah komunikasi strategik. Ia adalah perkataan yang besar, mari kita jelaskan dalam istilah orang biasa. What does strategic communication mean to you and how can we make people understand why strategic communication is very important? Any members of the panel that like to take this question?
Saya start dulu lah, boleh ke?
Boleh.
Terima kasih moderator. So, biasa ambil kesempatan lah. Bagi saya actually, komunikasi ini merujuk pada proses penyampaian dan kesampaian maklumat. Dan daripada tema dibagi pada hari ini, actually ada dua keywords. Pertama adalah komunikasi. Yang kedua adalah persepsi. Dan persepsi masyarakat kita terhadap apa-apa isu ataupun apa-apa branding, SMJ itu sebenarnya merupakan satu branding, sebenarnya adalah berdasarkan kepada datanya daripada komunikasi. Okay? So penting komunikasi ini dan kita boleh daripada keynote speaker tadi Datuk Rosmadi, saya boleh tangkap kata kunci, salah satu kata kunci daripada keynote adalah perubahan. So bila kita sebut pasal perubahan, dia melibatkan anjakan paradigma. Okay? Manusia biasa selesa dengan apa yang mereka ada. So bila kita ingin bawa mereka ke satu tahap yang lain, bagaimana kita boleh persuade mereka? So di sini melibatkan pembujukan. Okay? Dan masyarakat kita ni adalah heterogeneous dengan demografi yang berbeza-beza. So memerlukan pendekatan yang berbeza-beza. Okay? Untuk tackle remaja memerlukan pendekatan yang berbeza. Untuk tackle golongan mungkin petani di luar bandar memerlukan cara yang berbeza pula. Okay? Berdasarkan kepada faktor mungkin apa istilah dia apa? Demografi. Okay? Dan komunikasi ini, komunikasi strategik bukan sekadar menyampaikan maklumat, dissemination of information, tetapi dia melibatkan engagement. Bagaimana kita memahami target audience kita dan kita cuba persuade mereka, kita cuba communicate dengan mereka. Okay? Bukan saja memberitahu, mendidik, tetapi juga menghibur mereka. Okay? Dan bagaimana kita cuba mendapatkan kepercayaan daripada mereka. Okay? Kepercayaan, trust merupakan satu kata kunci yang sangat penting. If you want, kalau sekiranya kita mau target audience kita ikut ataupun terima pandangan kita, so kita perlu memikirkan cara bagaimana kita dapat kepercayaan daripada mereka. Dan untuk mencapai target ini, untuk mendapatkan engagement dan kepercayaan mungkin ada tiga perkara. Sorry lah banyak, mungkin lecturer kan banyak cakap.
It's okay.
Ada tiga, iaitu media tradisional, media baru dan juga interpersonal communications. So ramai beranggapan bahawa media tradisional, TV, radio, kadang-kadang ada orang anggap ni sebagai outdated. Actually tidak. masih lagi ada audiens mereka. So bagaimana pihak bertanggungjawab, okay, contohnya untuk promote SMJ ni bukan tanggungjawab Sekretariat SMJ sahaja, tetapi actually merupakan tanggungjawab semua agensi kerajaan. Okay. So bagaimana mereka engage dengan media ni untuk disseminate, menyebarkan maklumat-maklumat mereka. So kalau untuk traditional media yang kita nampak sekarang adalah press release dan juga infografik. Ini sangat penting. Yang kedua adalah new media ataupun social media. Social media ni sekarang siapa-siapa ada social media. Kenapa? Kerana gadget, handphone, smartphone. Okay. Begitu mudah sekali. Okay. Dan kita ada begitu push news. Kita ada kadang-kadang kita saja duduk sana tetapi ada orang hantar mesej kepada kita. So secara tidak sengaja kita terdedah kepada maklumat tersebut. Dan ketiga, definitely interpersonal communication. Interpersonal communication adalah seperti macam program Libat Urus begini. Dan apabila ada pemimpin-pemimpin ataupun apabila ada ketua-ketua jabatan, bila berkunjung ke mana-mana, bagaimana mereka engage dengan tidak kira kaki tangan awam kah ataupun public masyarakat secara umum. Okay, platform. Dan ketiga, the last point daripada saya sebelum saya pass sama orang lain adalah disinformation dan juga fake news. Kita sedia maklum bahawa kita ni hidup dalam zaman IT, zaman social media. Okay? Akan ada information gap. Apa maksud information gap? Actually, kalau kita cakap SMJ, Sabah Maju Jaya, kalau kita tengok plan dia, SMJ 1.0, kalau kita tengok, perhatikan, apakah benar-benar telah dilakukan untuk pelajar? Kita ada budi, ada bakti dan macam-macam. Okay? Dan berbagai isu yang di Sabah, kerajaan telah melakukan pelbagai inisiatif. Tetapi isunya mungkin adalah knowledge gap, iaitu masyarakat tidak mendapat maklumat apakah usaha-usaha yang telah dilakukan. Termasuklah isu-isu yang kadang-kadang selalu panas di Sabah. Okay? Kalau boleh saya tidak mau sebut, tapi actually air dengan elektrik lah kan, dan juga jalan raya. Banyak usaha telah dilakukan, tetapi mungkin dari segi agensi-agensi yang terlibat, mereka tidak, mungkin kurang inisiatif untuk disseminate maklumat. Walaupun benda yang kecil-kecil sebenarnya kan boleh dilaporkan. Okay? Dan tidak semestinya kita panggil media. Hampir semua agensi kerajaan pada hari ini ada social media official. So boleh upload dekat platform official social media tersebut. Okay, itu. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Profesor. Ya, memang betul, saya setuju dan juga di mana bila kita melihat pada komunikasi strategik ini, bukan sahaja kita melihat kepada bagaimana kita berinteraksi dengan media, ya, tetapi komunikasi strategik ini juga merupakan di mana kita berkomunikasi dengan stakeholders kita, internal kita dan juga eksternal. So berbalik pada itu, saya ingin bertanya satu lagi perkara, tapi kali ini okey, to Cik Jason, ya. Since you're coming from a media and journalist background, I'd like to ask, in your own understanding, what does strategic communication mean to you and why the importance to us?
Thank you, Datin. In the media fraternity, we are outside of the strategic communication, but we deal in the dissemination of information lah, Datin. Of course, as a journalist, we always have to question whether there's gaps yang, you know, might be interests of the public because we are writing for an audience, and that often when we try to question about gaps semua begitu, the problem is kalau institutions like the government, they see us macam kasih susah dorang pula, which is unfair lah, unfair. Sedangkan kami cuma mau sampaikan maklumat because as we all know, communication is still key. Any issues yang we facing today, the problem is bila ada collective opinion happens, is because banyak gaps unanswered. So, like I said, we are outside of the strategic communication. We are not involved in the planning. as a journalist lah.
Understood. Yes, kita seharusnya melihat juga kan, bila kita melihat dengan media kebanyakannya ada yang mempunyai persepsi dan anggapan bahawa media ini hanyalah untuk mencari cerita sensasi. Tapi sebenarnya media adalah satu alat or tool that is very, very powerful that when used correctly could really deliver the aim and the mission, the vision and also the necessary information to the right people and the public. Isn't that true?
You're right, Datin. Yeah, we are involved. We are involved in a way that we help shape the perception.
So in your words, when it comes to strategic communication, right? When we're looking at, especially dalam konteks SMJ, ya, kita melihat di mana kita mempunyai satu plan pembangunan yang cukup mantap, yang bagus, tapi kadang-kala mungkin cara penyampaian belum lagi dipertingkatkan lagi. Jadi untuk yang itu saya ingin bertanya satu lagi soalan, tapi kali ini bukan pada Tuan Jason, tapi Tuan Edi. SMJ 2.0, seperti yang kita tahu sebenarnya ia adalah kisah tentang perjuangan Sabah. Ya, perjuangan Sabah untuk mengatasi cabaran dan mencapai matlamat pembangunan. Ya. Namun bagaimana cerita ini dapat disampaikan agar lebih menyentuh hati masyarakat? Dalam erti kata lain, bagaimana kita dapat menjadikan cerita Pelan Pembangunan SMJ lebih relevan dan menarik bagi rakyat Sabah? How do we humanize the plan? Silakan Tuan.
Puan Datin Moderator. Okey. How kan? Seperti yang Dr. Lee sebutkan tadi, banyak medium, platform dan sebagainya. Cuma saya ingin tarik perhatian tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, Datuk juga, komunikasi strategik ini adalah satu seni. Seni on how we present things. So seni ini kita kena rancang, kita kena plan. Kan? Komunikasi ini kita kena rancang. Contohnya SMJ 2.0 ni, kita kena rancang how we want to penetrate the information. In which area, sama ada satu kelompok masyarakat yang mana satu. So bila kita sudah rancang dan juga kita kenal pasti maklumat apa yang perlu disampaikan kepada sesuatu masyarakat tu, dan kita start with crafting the messaging. Kita kena craft the message. Okay? Sebab in doing so, kita tahu sebab setiap lapisan masyarakat ni ada dia punya penerimaan yang berbeza-beza terhadap satu-satu maklumat tu. Mungkin masyarakat bandar dia lebih mudah faham. Masyarakat luar bandar dia perlukan penjelasan yang lebih dan penjelasan lebih dengan ayat yang ringkas dan mudah difahamilah in layman, bahasa layman orang sebut kan. So komunikasi ini satu seni lah kan. So bila kita kenal pasti ataupun crafting a message, kita kena tahu target audience kita dan juga tools yang kita gunakan lah, macam Puan Datin Moderator sebutkan tools. So sama ada kita guna komunikasi interpersonal yang Dr. Lee sebutkan, menggunakan social media, menggunakan traditional communication, TV, media, newspaper, radio dan sebagainya. So benda-benda ini yang kita gunakan sepenuhnya lah, all rounder, 360 platform yang kita gunakan, so that information yang kita nak, kita perlu sampaikan tu betul-betul sampai kepada target audience kita. So itu adalah seni lah, so dan require planning. For example, kita sudah tahu kita punya SMJ 2.0 ni, di mana kita mau letak kita punya SMJ 2.0 ni. So from there kita start planning A, B, C. By end of 2024, saya perlukan rakyat Sabah ni at least 30% or 40% tahu pasal SMJ 2.0. That's the idea lah basically. Yep.
Thank you. Terima kasih Tuan Edi. Right. Puan Moon, now coming to what Tuan Edi cakap, so one of the things that we can gather is that what is very important is that research must be done. Maknanya sebelum kita target the audience, kita kena kenal the audience. Who are we targeting? What sort of information that we need to disseminate? Do we need to do our homework? Be it whether kita di government ataupun apa, what is the actual messaging that we want to do? Now, Puan Moon, in your opinion, do you think that our plan, SMJ Plan 2.0, has done that? Or do you think, and what can, and if they have, what can be done better to actually further disseminate the information towards the public and everyone else? How can they further understand so that not only the internal would actually own the SMJ plan and understand it, but also the external parties and the public as well? What do you think?
Okay, as because myself is considered like a public lah here, so I'm no work from your internal. So as my point of view, like I say, SMJ should firm up as a branding first. Like I say, you not just talk about Nike, you talk about Apple. Okay, I give you an example. Okay, why Colgate spends so a lot of money for branding, but Dali none. Okay, they're very specific one. Okay, but Dali brand is longer than Colgate, you know. They are older than Colgate, but everyone find toothpaste will find Colgate because this is the branding works. Okay, so like I say, SMJ 2.0 should do a branding consistent. Like I see your social media, you don't have a very consistent posting, even though you're branding for SMJ. As a public, I don't know SMJ what you guys doing as a public voice. For me, like I say, you can engage something like a young community. Okay, like talk about SMJ, what you guys are doing moving forward. Okay, example like you can engage more on KOL, you can engage more on public speaker. It's none for your internal. It's an outsider. Talk about your SMJ plan. Okay, so you can do it for your digital platform. Okay, of course you can engage a third-party platform also. Okay, to talk more, so more people will know about your plan. Okay, this is what my thought lah.
Okay, thank you, Puan Moon. Professor Lee, very interested to know your thoughts on the subject matter.
Saya.
Yeah.
Okay,
Macam mana? What do you think? Do you agree with Puan Moon or what would you do?
Okay, definitely. Setuju dengan apa yang disebut. Untuk menjayakan, mesti bagi saya satu lagi keywords adalah inklusif. Okay, pelibatan daripada pelbagai lapisan masyarakat. Okay, so kalau boleh saya bagi contohlah, sahabat saya Fidausi, orang muda, bagi ruang kepada orang muda untuk memegang jawatan yang penting, okay, dalam kerajaan. Satu. Yang kedua, saya sebut juga boleh tak? Datuk Mary, wanita, bagi juga ruang kepada wanita. Kan sekarang ni isu banyak pasal feminism. Okay? Bagi mereka ruang untuk menunjukkan bahawa wanita ini pun boleh. Jadi saya kena Datuk Mary berlari. Stres juga saya berdiri di depan dia.
Tidak apa Profesor, saya rasa bini Profesor dan kami semua yang warga wanita di sini memang berterima kasih sangat dan sangat-sangat menyokong. Betul tidak?
Masing-masing. Okay, so apabila ada inklusif ni kan, inclusivity ni, then barulah kita boleh, kita panggil apa, keyword siapa? Visibility. Dan definitely sekali lagi untuk branding SMJ ni tidak boleh sekretariat SMJ saja punya responsibility, tetapi semua agensi-agensi kerajaan. Okay? Dan bila kita sebut agensi-agensi kerajaan ini, maksudnya daripada semua lapisan, bukannya pada menteri saja. Walaupun setiap kali bila berlaku apa-apa isu, biasanya menteri saja yang kena. Okay? Tetapi government servant ni macam tidak pernah pun kena mention, tidak pernah pun kena attack. Okay? Wahal actually yang melaksanakan itu, pelaksana adalah government servants. So kaki tangan awam mungkin perlu juga ada satu anjakan paradigma, iaitu mempunyai tanggungjawab, image, dan sama ada berjaya atau tidak berjaya adalah daripada government servant ini. Okay? Itu dulu, boleh kah?
Baik, terima kasih Profesor. Ya, so dalam erti kata lain, saya ingin bertanya kembali ya Tuan Yadi, merujuk pada Profesor Lee dan juga Puan Moon dan Cik Santos, adakah anda and all of you, adakah anda semua bersetuju bahawa dalam usaha kerajaan ingin mencapai shared ownership of the SMJ dream, ianya memerlukan kepakaran dan cara pemikiran di luar ekosistem kerajaan? Dan ada di kalangan masyarakat kita individu-individu yang mempunyai bakat untuk menjual mesej dan cerita yang mampu menarik masyarakat umum yang pelbagai ke pihak kerajaan Dan adakah individu-individu ini seperti inilah yang mempunyai bakat untuk mencipta. Let's say we say, people who sell Nike, people who sell Apple. In fact, we have a lot of people outside the government who are professionals that do want to come in and assist the government. So dalam erti kata lain, pada pendapat Tuan Eddie, bagaimana kita hendak menjual idea shared ownership of the SMJ dream so that everyone, not just the government that is selling it, but everybody working towards the betterment of Sabah with this SMJ plan.
Thank you. So basically, okay, balik kepada soalan tu, dia betul on how we sell this dream. Berbalik kepada tadi sebutkan the art of is about the art of storytelling. So how we tell the public, tell our audience on this pencapaian as for now, kan? Cuma macam Dr. Lee sebutkan tadi, kita perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, bukan saja agensi kerajaan dan juga masyarakat, NGO, pihak swasta dan sebagainya. Tapi before kita sell this storytelling, kita sendiri dalam ni kena pasti, kena yakin dengan SMJ ni bahawa betul-betul satu blueprint yang sudah berjaya. Okay? So barulah kita dapat ceritakan kepada masyarakat sana dan kita sendiri tahu produk kita dan kita faham produk kita dan juga kita dapat mampu menjelaskan apa produk kita dan langkah-langkah seterusnya. So dalam Dewan ni, dalam hall ni kita kena yakin dengan kita punya produk. Kalau kita tidak yakin, macam berbalik kepada cerita Nike tadi, the team, Nike team tu dia yakin dengan dia punya lifestyle tu, dia styling, konsep yang dia jual, ketengahkan. Macam yang Datuk sebutkan tadi, blueprint semua tu memang cantik tadi tu. So mohon tuan-tuan dan puan-puan kita yakin dan pasti dengan blueprint ni dan sama-sama kita bantulah pasarkan maklumat ni kepada semua lapisan masyarakat menggunakan bahasa ibunda masing-masing. Sebab seluruh lapisan masyarakat ada dia punya dialek dia, layman word dia kan. Di kampung ada bahasa kampung dia, di pejabat ada bahasa pejabat dia. So kita craft satu message yang mudah difahami oleh mereka. So dan mereka dapat bersetuju dengan idea kita, dengan kita punya pandangan untuk membentuk minda lah dalam ni. Tujuan kita untuk membentuk minda dan juga persepsi lah kan. So itu adalah kita punya strategi lah. Dan sebelum kita mencapai ke tahap itu, tuan-tuan puan-puan, saya sendiri, doktor dan juga Datin Moderator kena yakin dengan blueprint boleh dicapai dalam masa end of this year, for example. Inilah kita kena percaya. From there, kita akan sama-sama bekerjasama untuk bantu memasarkan maklumat. Cuma dalam situasi cara pemasaran maklumat era kini, mungkin saya boleh share, sebab lambakan maklumat tu. Lambakan maklumat, too much info. Dari mana? Social media, daripada WhatsApp, daripada contohnya dark media, macam-macam lah. Kita macam, so too much info tu boleh membuatkan masyarakat keliru, confused dengan maklumat ni. Biar betul kan, adakah dapat bantuan rumah SMJ, macam mana kita nak dapat rumah SMJ, bantuan pendidikan, too much info. So bila kita merujuk kepada sesuatu agensi cakap, oh kami tidak tahu, kami tidak pasti dengan maklumat ni. Saya setuju dengan pelancaran ISMJ tadi tu. So one stop center untuk masyarakat dapatkan maklumat. So itu adalah satu way forward untuk masyarakat. So bila kita ditanya ataupun agensi kerajaan di daerah, misalnya umpama, because we go to the ground, di daerah lah, di daerah, di community, macam mana kita nak mohon rumah SMJ, adakah saya layak, adakah saya ni kan. So kita boleh refer diorang kepada ISMJ. So it's a good move lah Datuk. Syabas lah. Thank you.
Terima kasih Tuan. Dan okay, moving forward, Cik Jason, saya ada satu soalan ya. This one is quite interesting and not only to Cik Jason tapi to all the panel. Itu soalan cepu emas ya. Okey, adalah mustahil untuk pihak kerajaan menepis setiap kritikan dan juga hentaman yang tidak berasas ataupun berasas dari mana-mana pihak. It's impossible to address everything. Tetapi setakat ini apa yang kita lihat seperti dalam chat group, social media, ada individu-individu yang menyokong usaha kerajaan, contohnya SMJ, menjawab mana-mana kritikan yang timbul. Tapi kita memerlukan lebih ramai, ya. Now sekarang, sekarang tentang serangan ni. Jika tidak ditepis, ia boleh membawa kesan kepada usaha kerajaan yang sebenarnya adalah baik dan murni. Now, apa pandangan Cik Jason dan juga panel lain? Macam mana? Adakah do we need to answer in a timely manner? Adakah penting untuk kita menjawab setiap kritikan atau dan juga adakah kita kena kenal pasti adakah semua soalan ataupun pandangan yang negatif ataupun positif harus dijawab atau bagaimana? Contohnya macam sekarang ini zaman ni kita ada cyber trooping, kenal pasti whether we identify yang itu ataupun ada yang sengaja. So pada pandangan Cik Jason bagaimana dari segi perspektif media?
Oh, we live in a democratic society kan, Datin. So you have to allow people to actually express.
Correct.
Whether it's negative or positive, you have to allow. And as a journalist kan, our role is to actually write about that so that the government will know and they will take action or maybe take note of these advices.
In your but in your view, Jason, of course, you know, we are very blessed in the sense where we do give leeway and a platform for every individual to actually express themselves. But one of the things that we'd like to know is that how, in your perspective, would the government be able to address this issue? How can they do better? In a sense where when there are negative views, in your idea, how would we be able to address or disseminate the information better so that these individuals who would like to know or who are not happy and we'd like to address the issue get the necessary and relevant answers? Sure. So what I'm saying, maybe I'll rephrase the question. So contohnya, bila polisi-polisi kerajaan ataupun inisiatif-inisiatif kerajaan dilaksanakan and we actually disseminate the information, right? Now, there will be individuals that don't understand the policies, or there may be, we have to remember that not everything is perfect. A plan is, you know, it is a live document, it's a work in progress, and as you go, no government is perfect. And in fact, that's where they always try and do better. For example, it is commendable that SMJ today, the Secretariat, actually organized this forum and to discuss about this issue in terms of strategic communication in order to further understand how we could do better, how could the government address issues better. So now, like, you know, a lot of time people say, they would say something negative about SMJ or so forth. In your point of view, what are the ways that we could actually take, apa langkah-langkah yang boleh diambil oleh pihak kerajaan supaya we can do better dalam disseminating the information?
Actually, the way we were trained when I was a junior reporter is that I do respect there's an art of storytelling, but kita punya cara menulis is never to write to impress. We only write to express. So whatever being said, we try not to spin it. So that's one of the ways how media can work. Disseminate information just the way it was supposed to be told. But anyway, answering to your question, Datin, I can only give you an example. Yesterday, there was a press conference by this group of employers. They have been complaining since 2019. They've been engaged by the Human Resource Ministry. They have concerns of new laws being introduced. So, lepas tu, yesterday was the ultimatum. They were really worried because they say the federal government is dictating on the workers' issue di Sabah ni. So they have no say. So I think in addressing all these problems, Datin, like Professor has actually said, it's about inclusivity and also getting involved. That's one way of the government try to kasih, maybe an attempt to kasih sunyi keadaan or don't make it an issue or keep it private. But for us as a journalist, we try to correct this information so to let people know what is happening. because itu isu datin, dorang sangat marah. So it's up to the government how they want to solve that problem. That's if that answers your question, Datin, on inclusivity.
Thank you. Professor Lee, would you like to comment on the issue as well?
Okay, thank you, Latin. For me, actually, yang penting kan mesti ada success story. Bila kita ada success story, baru kita boleh tunjukkan kepada rakyat bahawa apa yang telah telah berjaya dilakukan. So allow me to guna contoh COVID-19. The way the government disseminate information and try to get engagement daripada public waktu COVID-19. Bagi saya itu adalah satu yang success story. So untuk SMJ ini sebenarnya dia macam slogan saja. Tetapi yang reflect SMJ ini menentukan orang menilai sama ada SMJ ini dia punya branding kan bagus, positif atau negatif. Sebenarnya adalah hasil daripada agensi-agensi kerajaan. Okay? Khususnya state government. Tetapi dalam konteks ni ingin saya share juga bahawa general knowledge sangat penting. Contohnya between federal government dan juga state government. Kadang-kadang actually yang pergi komen itu, yang pergi attack itu, contohnya ada jalan itu, actually adalah jalan persekutuan, bukannya jalan state government. So you cannot blame. Tapi yang kena salah itu SMJ. Kena attack kiri kanan. Bertubi-tubi. Okay? Bila ada isu, apa lagi? Saya mau bagi contoh tapi takut jadi sensitif. Kita ambil contohlah isu air di UMS. Allocation daripada, mereka selalu bilang daripada PMX. Itu actually adalah federal government. Jadi itu bukannya masuk, state government. Saya mau juga bagi contoh lah, tapi takut nanti itu. Dan saya tidak mewakili UMS pun dalam hal itu, so tidak boleh. Okay, so di sini maksudnya actually the public itself in term of the literacy itu sangat penting. Dan mungkin menjawab itu juga kan, kadang-kadang actually ada certain tu mungkin wajar, penting untuk related punya agensi kan, ataupun individu yang related. Contohnya selalu saya nampak juga Datuk Seri Panglima Masidi ada issue statement untuk rebuttal. Juga mungkin yang hari ini ataupun semalam Yang Amat Berhormat CM ada komen tentang yang kecurian air itu. Beliau mengarahkan tindakan tegas terhadap suka tubuk pipe ni curi air. Okay, so ini adalah actually maklumat kan yang kita nampak dia jadi viral. Okay, maklumat actually daripada government pun juga actually yang pernah jadi viral tau. Cuma seperkara saja di sini adalah you have to make sure that maklumat disampaikan itu adalah orang bilang synchronize kah? Seiring. Jangan ada satu pihak bagi satu maklumat tiba-tiba satu lagi maklumat lain. Tetapi kadang-kadang actually mungkin dia kaki tangan awam, mungkin dia mewakili certain agensi, tetapi dia adalah aspirasi individu tersebut, which apabila public terima, dia interpret sebagai itu actually mewakili suara kerajaan. Kenapa ada contradict, something like that. So itu akan menjejaskan credibility. Dan always remember, saya bilang tadi kena serang bertubi-tubi kan. Ini politik, you cannot avoid daripada politik. Lawan politik always akan cari ruang untuk try to downgrade you. Itu kita tidak boleh nafikan. Okay, so cuma buat yang terbaik lah.
Baik. Terima kasih, Profesor. Okay, so dalam bahasa Inggeris there's this saying, fail to plan, plan to fail, right? So coming back to strategic communication, and I agree, it is how. Now, sometimes when it comes to communication, one thing that we find, or I personally find, is that when we get criticized, we're often very defensive. The first thing is, kenapa kamu criticize saya? Saya betul. Ya, bila kita bilang, bukan saya criticize. Actually, sometimes people misunderstand and think that when you criticize, you actually want to find fault. But the truth is, by criticizing is because you care. You want things to be better. So therefore, you're airing out what you're thinking so that you want an answer. Now, coming into that, how do we actually strategically, because when you say it's a strategic plan for a certain message, it could also mean strategically disseminating the information to our own inner circle. Kita punya, sebelum we give the plan out kepada public, kita pertama sekali harus percaya dengan plan itu sendiri di dalam penjawat awam kita sendiri. So how we strategically prepare them and make them believe in the plan, do you think? Number one. And number two, do you think which one's better? Quick answer, right answer, quick right, or how? How do you answer a question, or how do you answer when public actually attack you? Professor, what do you think?
Terima kasih. Isunya kan dari perspektif komunikasi, kadang-kadang orang tanya you soalan kan, dia tidak mau jawapan daripada kamu pun. Dia sengaja tanya kamu soalan, actually just to kasih apa? Sorry to say lah, saya bagi saya betul itu. Just untuk macam apa? Mengaibkan ataupun just try to downgrade you by asking the questions. They don't really want answer from you. So regardless what answer, okay, betapa bagus pun kau cuba jawab kan, kau cuba explain kan, dia tidak mau terima. Okay, so untuk branding ni kan, to build a brand, I think it need engagement, it need commitment, okay, dan dia memerlukan masa, memerlukan banyak usaha. So perlu banyak aktiviti untuk engage community ataupun target audience yang kita telah set. Okay, even hari ini kalau saya cakap saya mau engage dengan adolescents, remaja, saya tidak boleh cakap untuk satu Sabah. Mungkin saya cuma boleh buat, bukan KK, pun tidak boleh KK. Mungkin boleh untuk mungkin Telipok saja, satu kawasan kecil. So bagaimana kita promote? Actually saya difahamkan sebenarnya SMJ pun memang ada program-program kan untuk promote disseminate maklumat kepada rakyat tentang apa itu SMJ. Tetapi cara yang paling berkesan adalah program-program di dalam SMJ itu. Contohnya Budi. Okay. Budi itu dia bagi 2,000 kan kepada pelajar-pelajar yang masuk universiti. Itu bukan loan lah, itu macam bagi. So I'm sure that sekiranya pelajar-pelajar yang dapat offer daripada universiti tahu boleh ada Budi, okay, boleh mohon RM2,000 free. Saya percaya mesti mereka suka. Tetapi isunya adalah saya percaya bukan semua remaja tahu tentang kewujudan budi itu. Okay. Satu lagi adalah bakti, RM200 untuk yang menduduki peperiksaan awam. Okay. Kita sedia maklum bahawa yang ambil XPM kena bayar. Okay. Tetapi mungkin dalam konteks ni kan kita perlukan agent-agent. Kita perlukan engagement bukan directly saja dengan public tetapi juga agensi-agensi kerajaan kan, contohnya dengan cikgu-cikgu sekolah-sekolah untuk membantu inform komuniti-komuniti yang di bawah jagaan mereka bahawa apakah package ataupun faedah-faedah yang actually related dengan SMJ ini yang boleh mereka perolehi.
Baik, Professor. Puan Mun, now from your point of view, right, bila kita dalam communication, coming back to strategic communication, of course we have to plan what sort of messaging, how long it's going to take. But you know, in now day and age where we have AI, we have all sort of platforms, social media, where they can actually express themselves. How do you think it's best for the government to actually deliver their message? And also, is there a timeline? Because one of the things that people forget is perception, right? If you leave an issue too long unanswered, then people would make their own perception. So when the right kind of messaging comes, people won't listen because they've already done their whole perception. So what is the reasonable timeline for any question or any issue that is raised by the public to be answered by the relevant authorities? What do you think? And and can AI and all these other social media platforms actually help?
When you say about AI technology now, AI is actually help. He will like automatic reply you. I will reply you in within an hour or 24 hours. This is the max lah. Like I say. So this can be work. Like I say, when people ask you question, it's relevant with your things. I think you guys should be answer lah. This is what I think lah. Because people don't ask question when they don't want to know. It's something you can vet through first and then see what should answer, what should not answer. I think SMJ internal have to be provided lah.
So in other words, there needs to be an SOP, there needs to be sort of like a crisis communication plan and so forth to actually be prepared to answer all these negative questions. I do agree because I do remember that this was going back a few years ago, and there was two very prominent figures who I will not name, and it was an issue of buying license plate. So what happened was, it was two different ways of answering. Now, Celebrity A, we call him. Celebrity A actually, when he was asked, when he bought and was claimed to actually buy a license plate, a car license plate for 1 million ringgit, and the media actually asked him, sir, is it true that you purchased this license plate at a price of 1 million ringgit? You know, and you are definitely in the government right now. So the first celebrity answered, he said, I'm not sure, I'll check, I'll get back to you. And because he answered that way, so the issue actually dragged for another 3 months on the issue of how much the license plate cost and also whether there was any wrongdoings there. Now, Celebrity B was also purchased a license plate, a car license plate. And what he did was, when media asked him, sir, is it true that you purchased this license plate for the amount of, let's say, 500,000 ringgit? His answer was, yes, I purchased that license plate because I can afford it. So what? So the issue died within 24 hours. So what I'm trying to say is that the answer that was strategically done and also the outcome is different, even though it was the same question. So from your perspective, even with AI, now AI, there's a lot of some lecturers would actually say to me, AI is a good tool to have if you know how to use it, if you can ask the right questions. It depends on you as a person. Garbage in, garbage out. Right questions in, right answers out. Now, with your understanding with all the social media now, and where for instance, communication is just too quick. Maybe the incident just happened now, 15 minutes later, somebody at the other side of the world already knows about it. Now, do you think which one is more relevant? Quick answer, correct answer, or quick and relevant correct answer? And how? What do you think, Puan Mun?
I still think about quick and relevant answer. That is the more crucial thing to be settled in the way to solve a problem. Like I say, always give people a timeline. Give people a timeline so they can know what they prevents to answer you, to reply back to you.
So in other words, we need to have sort of like an SOP to say, okay, within certain number of hours, we actually have to reply part 1, then part 2, and then part 3 after that, right? And do you think that this is something that we could implement even in a government organization, Tuan Erdi, do you think? Is it something that is already practiced, or what would you think?
Okey, untuk respon kepada satu-satu isu di satu-satu jabatan atau agensi, sepatutnya kita buat sesegera yang mungkin. Macam Datin sebutkan, ketiga-tiga semua kalau boleh. Yang betul, yang pantas dan yang precise. Sebagai contoh, isu baru-baru ni yang di kesilapan teknikal oleh Proton, kan? So the next day, bila sudah digembar-gemburkan di social media. So next day dia buat a simple statement. Dia post di dia punya Facebook and then dia apologize. So dia akan redakan suasana tu. So at least kalau macam kita pun agensi kerajaan lah macam saya sendiri. So bila satu-satu isu tu timbul, kerajaan kena respon sesegera yang mungkin. Respon segera yang mungkin dan kita follow through after that with tindakan yang sepatutnya diambil oleh agensi tersebut lah. So
Baik.
dan so that's the correct ways lah Puan.
I see. Okay, sebab kita akan kita actually kekurangan masa, tapi saya want to ask just one final question, and I throw this to the panel, whoever would like to answer this when it comes to strategic communication and so forth. Now, do you think that sometimes, I mean, nobody is perfect, not even a government, not even people. Now, there are times when, unfortunately, we make a mistake. Now, how do you think which one is better? Do we admit and accept our mistake and say, look, we did this mistake, but now we're going to address the issue and here's the plan? Or would it be better to actually divert the issue and change it to something else or talk about something else? So for that, what do you think, Jason? As a media, how would you respond to both sides of the things? No reflection on your organization or whatever, but you personally, what would you, I mean, if somebody came to you, how would you react to two different scenarios? One, they answer, they say, yes, we did this blunder, however, these are the plan how to do it. Or second, they actually give an excuse and say, oh, sorry, this is federal. What would you say?
There's always no right answer lah, or correct answer. But when we do stories, it's always a developing stories. Sometimes it goes off track. Sometimes they akan pergi on the right track lah. So for us, we just report as it is. But what the problem is when itu perception being developed by the audience. So when perception developed by the audience, it's up to the authority ke apa untuk respond atau tidak. Like I said, we are not involved in strategic communication. We just help them to disseminate the information.
But if we don't answer in a timely manner, let's say you ask somebody and we don't answer, would you actually then try and get answers from some other places and then create your own perception of the situation?
We try not to. Usually with my own perception.
No, I mean, yeah, would some of the media do that?
We keep, you see, the thing is, we are not involved. We are crucial part in developing the perception, but we are not involved in it. And also strategic communication that I think everyone is talking about this. Macam SMJ kan, assuming like it's a brand lah kan. So there sudah 4 years now. The government is 4 years. So anything to do what the government is planning, memang ada masalah dia tu. Because ada collective opinion bah.
Okay, thank you, Jason. Professor, do you want to add anything? Last comments before we open to the floor? We only will take 2 questions. Sorry Tuan, sorry Dato, just 2 more questions, but yeah.
Thank you. Bagi saya actually, kalau ada kesilapan, kita akun saja. That's why actually kita biasa nampak politician atau pemimpin guna kekilafan. So I think for me there's nothing wrong. Admit kesilapan yang telah dilakukan. Okay. Mungkin saya pergi kepada lompat sikit boleh tak? Ini bukan divert.
Boleh,
tentang
boleh silakan.
AI. Okay, AI actually kita boleh nampak government kan, the state government, saya rasa dia pun memang tekankan tentang penggunaan teknologi. Sebab saya ada buat sikit nota kan, tidak syok pula tidak sebut, semua sebut juga. I remember last year daripada Dato' SKN kan, dia ada present ke SICC juga. Contohnya G2G, G2C, G2B, G2E dan sebagainya. Saya rasa itu semua adalah perkara-perkara ataupun yang kita nampak state government telah adopt IT ataupun teknologi dalam tadbir urus kerajaan, governance. Okay? Tetapi mungkin tidak ada usaha yang cukup untuk promote usaha-usaha yang telah dilakukan. Dan kita sebenarnya tahu bahawa actually teknologi sebenarnya memudahkan urusan. Kita ambil contohlah bank. Kalau dulu saya masih ingat dulu bayar loan kereta kena pergi baris di bank, tiba-tiba panjang baris dekat-dekat kau sudah tiba-tiba kau sakit perut, paksalah kau lari juga, datang balik next day. Tapi hari ini actually kau register saja dengan bank kau itu, automatik setiap bulan dia deduct dari you. Tengok, bayangkan berapa banyak masa yang telah jimat. Bayar bil elektrik, bayar bil air, semua daripada online saja. So, itu semua actually adalah teknologi. Okay? But of course, if you talk about AI, untuk academicians, kita ni kadang-kadang fobia sikit. Kenapa? Kerana student ni sekarang ni pandai-pandai. Kita tanya dia soalan, dia pakai ChatGPT, jawab kau. Lagi hebat dari kau. Ataupun bila kita ada mungkin tutorial online kah, kita tanya soalan kan, wih dia boleh pasang ChatGPT sana. Boleh apa? Rupa-rupanya dia boleh apa? Rekod suara kah? Dan dia terus automatik bagi kau jawapan. So sebenarnya student pada hari ini kan hebat-hebat. Okay? So sebagai academicians, you kena ingat bahawa actually anda deal dengan teknologi. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Profesor. Okey, dengan itu sekarang mari kita buka sesi soal jawab pada ahli panelis kita. Kalau ada sesiapa peserta di sini yang ingin bertanyakan soalan, insyaAllah ahli panelis kita akan berusaha untuk menjawabnya sebaik mungkin. So, is there any questions from the floor? Anyone or? Okay, if not, then I would say we would finish off with just final words from all our panelists on what you think about communication, strategic communication, how we can actually do better, and your thoughts on today. So if I can start with Puan Moon.
For me, communication is about trust lah. How you build the trust with people, how people believe you, what are you doing. I think all come from communications. So like I said, communication depends how you're going to plan all your plan for everything. So just do the best SMJ.
Thank you, Puan. And Professor Lee.
Terima kasih. Komunikasi ini sangat penting. Saya merupakan proses penyampaian dan kesampaian maklumat. And people judge you based on the way you communicate, based on the words that you choose when you communicate with others. Okay? So komunikasi merupakan asas kepada semua, kepada persepsi kita. How people judge us. Terima kasih.
Okay, and Tuan Eddie, before we start to you, there's actually one question that has been raised with everyone's permission. Now, this question I'd actually open up before going to Tuan Eddie and Jason. How can the media assist to not report sensational news that creates negative perception or misleading, even harmful, I would say harmful effect. Anyone want to answer that? So how can the media assist to not report sensational news that creates negative perception or misleading information and create a harmful effect? Professor? Yeah, sure.
Mungkin as academician ni banyak bercakap, minta maaf. So actually banyak isu itu kan, persepsi itu sebenarnya adalah dia menjadi isu selepas mendapat perhatian media. Okay? Banyak itu individu-individu itu kan, actually dia adalah raksasa yang dicipta oleh media. Even actually journalism today, banyak actually apa isu yang dilaporkan adalah selepas dia viral di media. So media actually pick up apa yang viral di social media untuk dijadikan sebagai berita. And of course actually dalam konteks ni media perlu ada apa? Self-censorship. Okay? Tapisan kendiri. Apa yang dilaporkan dengan apa yang tidak dilaporkan. Of course actually yang menarik media sebab we need to look from economy of publishing punya perspektif. Media need to survive. Kita bilang sekarang ni actually printed media sudah makin tidak popular, semua kepada news portal. Kita jangan lupa banyak juga news portal yang sudah lingkup, okay, gulung tikar. Sebab walaupun dia website saja kan, you still need to hire a reporter to report for you. Okay, so from the economy of publishing punya perspektif, cost, memerlukan cost. But of course actually media sebenarnya boleh memainkan peranan apabila ada maklumat-maklumat yang tidak betul disebarkan. Mungkin media harus ambil kesempatan untuk clarify apa yang berlaku sebenarnya. And of course dalam konteks ni media sebenarnya memerlukan related agency. Contohnya mungkin government ataupun individu-individu sebagai sumber yang boleh di-quote oleh mereka dalam news report mereka.
Okay, thank you Professor. And finally, wah sekarang kita jadi popular Datuk. Tiba-tiba ada lagi satu soalan, tapi this one is a final one. Kalau enggak nanti saya pun kena goreng salai, minta maaf. Okay, so what is the advice from media to government for better communication? So I guess Jason, this one's for you. What would be your advice to the government for better communication?
I don't have any advice, but gini Datin, I can tell you about experience lah. There's two events, one in 2013 and one in 2015. So 2013 is the Tandua incursion. I think in the early stages of the Tandua incursion, the information has been withheld. Social media sudah kuat lah time tu. What happened is that I think a few weeks into that so-called cordon, semua tu military, semua kena buat kerja sana. We saw on social media people are complaining, especially orang yang kelahiran daripada East Coast ni, yang bekerja di KL. Mereka punya runs, basically complaining at the time kampung-kampung semua sudah tutup lah, bandar-bandar semua sunyi sudah. So orang di sana tu, di KL yang kerja ni, daripada daerah tu, they are worried because the government is not telling them anything because the information is real. And orang worry, bukan worry pasal apa, because dorang punya parents di sana kampung. The information was withheld, but eventually kena release lah. There was a daily press conferences. And then going forward to 2015, that same problem happened in Tandua, where the authorities withheld itu information, happened again in the early stages. So kena sembunyi, OCPD tidak mau cakap anything. So what I did was I texted Datuk Sri Masidi Manjun, who was the tourism minister at the time lah. Saya bagi tahu dengan dia, Datuk, the authorities are doing it again, same like Tandua. So he said, dia answer dengan saya, you wait for me. Soon after he arrived, because I was one of the earliest reporter to have arrived at Mount Kinabalu lah, Taman Kinabalu. Soon as dia arrived to around dekat 11 dekat afternoon, he straight away do a press conference, semua information, and everyone was relieved. Although I have to highlight satu point lah, during this gempa bumi in Gunung Kinabalu tu, there was something went viral. Kita nampak itu fireman sama tu APMM kan duduk rehat kan. So everyone was complaining, apa ni tidak fit lah semua on social media lah. But one thing about our society is that they have no idea that altitude sickness is actually an issue. So media punya role is we have to write about that. We have to get information on that. We have to write why our kitab itu. So eventually dorang set up satu special punya bomba team untuk selesaikan tu problem, which is most of them the guides lah. So if there's any advice can be used in this story, I think that there is itulah Jace.
Very much, Jason. Okay, finally, Tuan Erdi, any final words from you?
Okay, terima kasih. Sebagai government agency, dari segi pemasaran maklumat itu sangat penting lah. Setiap agensi, setiap jabatan kerajaan. Sebab pemasaran maklumat ni akan dinilai oleh masyarakat. Bila kita tidak memasarkan apa success story kita, the feel good factor yang kita buat, masyarakat akan judge kita. Agensi ini tidak menjalankan tugas, tidak buat kerja. That's how the world work lah nowadays because social media dan so. So saya sarankanlah semua agensi untuk cari kaedah yang terbaik, bekerja sama dengan media, dengan agensi jabatan kerajaan yang lain dalam pemasaran maklumat, dalam crafting media plan, crafting communication plan untuk satu-satu produk agensi masing-masing. Itu saja. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. And finally, Jason, do you want to say anything else or are you okay? Right. So before I wrap up, one thing I would like to say to the public is that it's very, very easy for us to actually assume and take perception. It's very easy for us to judge and say that the government is not doing enough when you don't really realize and you're not in their shoes. Sometimes there is actually a valid answer why certain kekangan ada, kenapa ada kekangan tersebut, kenapa perkara begitu berlaku. So what we would say, it's very important to actually get the right information before we make assumptions and judgments. Dengan itu, terima kasih kepada semua panelis dan peserta yang telah menyertai forum hari ini. Saya yakin discussion kita pada hari ini memberikan wawasan dan juga maklumat yang begitu penting sekali yang boleh dibawa balik. Sekiranya ada apa-apa kekurangan, mohon maaf. Yang baik itu datang daripada Allah SWT, yang buruk itu datang daripada saya. Sekian, terima kasih dan salam maju jaya.
Terima kasih Datin dan mohon yang berbahagia Datin, Profesor Madya, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan untuk kekal berada di atas pentas. Dijemput sekali lagi yang berbahagia Dato' Haji Dato' Rosmadi diiringi Tuan Ramli untuk naik ke atas pentas bagi sesi penyampaian cendera kenangan. Baiklah, dijemput yang berbahagia Datin untuk menerima cendera kenangan daripada Ketua Pegawai Penyelaras Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya. Seterusnya dijemput panel yang pertama, Puan Mun Liu. Seterusnya dijemput Profesor Madya Dr. Lee Kok Tiong. Dijemput panel kita yang ketiga, Tuan Edi Rizam bin Kasim. Dan panel yang terakhir, Tuan Jason Edgar de los Santos. Mohon yang berbahagia Datin, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan untuk maju ke depan untuk sesi bergambar. Yang berbahagia Dato', Datin, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan dipersilakan kembali ke tempat masing-masing. Baiklah hadirin sekalian, kita telah pun menyaksikan dua sesi forum interaktif yang berinformasi dan inspiratif sebentar tadi. Diharapkan dengan kedua-dua sesi forum interaktif ini dapat memberi idea yang konkret bagaimana kita dapat memajukan negeri Sabah yang tercinta. Dan sebelum itu, kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang berminat untuk menyertai Sabah International Blue Economy Conference SICC 2024 secara percuma pada 2 hingga 4 September nanti, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan boleh berjumpa dengan pihak urus setia di meja pendaftaran untuk mendaftar sebelum jam 4 petang ini. Dan kini tiba masanya untuk kita berehat seketika dan menikmati juadah makan tengah hari yang telah disediakan di belakang Dewan ini. Dan untuk makluman, acara sebelah petang akan diteruskan dengan focal person dan duta SSMJ di kementerian atau jabatan masing-masing dengan pihak urus setia. Dan sebelum itu bagi pihak penganjur, kami merakamkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kepada ketua-ketua jabatan yang telah hadir ke sesi libat urus pada pagi ini. Dan untuk focal person, kita akan berkumpul semula di dalam Dewan ini pada pukul 2.30 petang. Terima kasih.